The traditional and favourite song that night was Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht, which soldiers sang with husky voices in bunkers by the light of hoarded candle stubs. There were many stifled sobs as men thought of their families at home. General Strecker was clearly moved when he made a tour of front-line positions. It is a Stille Nacht amid the turmoil of war, a Christmas that shows the true brotherhood of soldiers. Visits by senior officers were also appreciated for their accompanying benefits. An NCO in a panzer division recorded that the divisional commander gave us a swig from his bottle and a bar of chocolate. In positions which were not attacked, men crowded into a bunker which had a wireless to hear the Christmas broadcast of Großdeutscher Rundfunk. To their astonishment, they heard a voice announce, "This is Stalingrad," answered by a choir singing Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht, supposedly on the Volga front. Some men accepted the deception as necessary in the circumstances. Others were deeply angered. They felt it was tricking their families and the German people as a whole. Goebbels had already proclaimed that this should be a German Christmas, a definition intended to convey notions of duty and austerity, and perhaps already a way of preparing the nation for news of the tragedy of Stalingrad. At 7 o'clock on Christmas morning, the Sixth Army War Diary recorded, "No supply flights arrived in the last 48 hours. A slight exaggeration. Supplies and fuel coming to an end." Later that day, Paulus sent a warning signal to Army Group Don to be passed back to General Zeitzler. "If we do not receive increased rates of supplies in the next few days, we must expect a greatly increased death rate through exhaustion." Although they realized that the snowstorms of the previous day must have hindered flying, they had not been informed that Badenov's tanks had stormed into Tatsinskaya airfield the previous morning. Manstein's headquarters did not even pass on the news that the Soviet counterattack with 4 armies against Hoth's panzer divisions on the Mishkova River had been launched. When 108 tons of supplies finally arrived on the 26th of December, 6th Army headquarters discovered that they had been sent 10 tons of sweets for Christmas, but no fuel. Most men, when they had the opportunity, sat apart to write a Christmas letter home in which they expressed their longing. "In our hearts we all keep hoping," wrote a doctor with the 44th Infantry Division, "that everything will change." He spoke for many, but the better-informed Commander-in-Chief of the Sixth Army was not among them. "Christmas, naturally, was not very joyful," Paulus wrote to his wife a few days later. "At such moments, festivities are better avoided. One should not, I believe, expect too much from luck." Not surprisingly, the contrast between German and Russian letters home during the Christmas period becomes even more marked than usual. While German letters tended to be sentimental, aching for home and family, the Russian letters that have survived clearly reveal an inexorable logic that the motherland took priority. "Darling," wrote a soldier to his wife on Christmas Eve, "we are pushing the serpents back to where they came from. Our successful advance brings our next meeting closer." "Hello, Maria," wrote a soldier called Kolya. "I've been fighting here for 3 months, defending our beautiful..." deleted by censor. "We have started pressing the enemy strongly. Now we have encircled the Germans. Every week a few thousand are taken prisoner, and several thousand are destroyed on the field of battle. There are just the most stubborn SS soldiers left. They have fortified themselves in bunkers and shoot from them. And now I'm going to blow up one of those bunkers. Goodbye, Kolya." The temperature on Christmas Day fell to minus 25 degrees. The water in shell holes, however deep, was frozen solid. Flurries of snow hid much of the squalor in the Balkas. Chaplains held field mass or communion in the snow to the sound of tarpaulins and tent canvas flapping and cracking in the wind, with half-circles of men round a makeshift altar. In some cases, spiritual comfort and ideological justification became confused, became confused, as when Christian Germany was contrasted with godless Russia. Even within the Kessel, Christmas did not prove entirely a season of goodwill. Dr. Rinaldi, the Sixth Army's Surgeon General, forbade the evacuation by air of frostbite casualties on the grounds that their injuries might have been self-inflicted to avoid combat. And worst of all, virtually no food, apart from some rotting corn from the Stalingrad grain elevator, had been given to the 3,500 Russian prisoners of war in the camps at Boroponovo and Gumrak, because they did not feature on any ration strength. This partly bureaucratic atrocity led to a death rate of 20 a day by Christmas, and it soon escalated dramatically. The quartermaster responsible for feeding them claimed that typhus was the cause, but when an officer from Sixth Army headquarters asked whether there had been deaths from undernourishment, he was evasive. After reflecting for a moment, he denied it, wrote the officer. I knew what he meant. Among our troops, one was beginning to see similar things. But linking their fate with that of German soldiers was a worse evasion. The inmates had no choice. They could not surrender. Even when desperate prisoners began to resort to cannibalism, nothing was done to improve their conditions, because that meant taking food from German soldiers. Christmas night was a beautiful, starry night, and the temperature fell even further. Fighting, however, continued the next morning in the northeastern sector of the Kessel, defended by 16th Panzer Division and 60th Motorized Infantry Division. Thus, a dozen of our units, reported the latter's divisional chaplain, were sent out to counterattack in icy winds and 35 degrees of frost. The two divisions, despite the terrible conditions and shortages of ammunition, managed to destroy some 70 tanks. On that same morning of the 26th of December, Paulus sent another signal to Manstein, which began, "Bloody losses, cold and insufficient supplies have reduced fighting strength of divisions severely." He warned that if the Russians brought back their forces fighting Huth's divisions and redeployed them against the Sixth Army, it would not be possible to withstand them for long. An unexpected opportunity then arose. General Huber, the commander of 14th Panzer Corps, received an order to fly out of the Kessel on the 28th of December to Manstein's headquarters at Novocherkassk. An aircraft would take him on to East Prussia to receive the swords to his Knight's Cross with oak leaves from the Führer in person. Paulus told Schmidt to give him all the necessary documents on all matters, from fuel levels to shortages of medical equipment. The hopes of generals and staff officers leapt at the news of his visit to Rastenburg. Huber, the blunt, one-armed veteran, was one of the few generals that the Führer respected. They still could not believe that Hitler would abandon the Sixth Army. Hitler had no doubt convinced himself that he was doing everything to save the Sixth Army, but his grasp of reality had not improved. That day, his headquarters signalled to Army Group Don, promising that in spite of the bad transport situation, it would be reinforced with 372 tanks and assault guns. Manstein knew that this was wishful thinking. In the city of Stalingrad, meanwhile, the remnants of Seydlitz's divisions were on the defensive. They had to conserve ammunition to repel attacks. They sheltered deep in cellars and bunkers for warmth as well as safety from the Soviet artillery. "There they sit like hairy savages in Stone Age caves," wrote Grossman, "devouring horseflesh in smoke and gloom amidst the ruins of a beautiful city that they have destroyed." The phrase "strong enemy storm troop activity" appeared frequently in the Sixth Army War Diary. Hans Urban, a 28-year-old police station sergeant from Darmstadt, serving with the Hessian 389th Infantry Division, later provided a detailed report of this fighting in northern Stalingrad at the end of December. The enemy used to attack at dawn and at dusk after a heavy artillery and mortar preparation. If they captured 2 or 3 bunkers from us, we would try to get them back later. back later. On the 30th of December, after many of these attacks, I was ordered to take my rapid-fire group forward. My 9 men, with their machine guns, were able to hold off the next attack by about 300 men from Spartakovka. The 20 infantrymen left on this sector were so exhausted from all the attacks that they could not offer much help. Most were ready to abandon their positions. I had, with my 2 machine guns, no field of fire. The enemy were able to make use of the terrain and the ruins. We had to let the Russians get to within 20 yards before opening rapid fire. At least 22 were left dead in front of our positions. The surviving Russians tried to flush us out with grenades. The Russians attacked again on the same sector at daybreak on New Year's morning with 3 companies. It's hard to make an accurate estimate because they were shooting from holes in the ground, from behind collapsed walls or piles of rubble. We got them in a crossfire from the 2 machine guns, and they suffered heavy casualties. A mortar man was hit, and although I'd never trained with the weapon, we were able to use their own ammunition against them. After it was over, we were so weak and exhausted, and there were so many dead lying around in the open, frozen stiff, that we could not even bury our own comrades. Paulus, in contrast to his strongly pessimistic signals to Army Group Don and the letter to his wife, signed a stirring New Year message to the Sixth Army. Our will for victory is unbroken, and the New Year will certainly bring our release. When this will be, I cannot yet say. The Führer has, however, never gone back on his word, and this time will be no different. Thanks to Hitler's insistence on time zones, the Russian New Year arrived 2 hours earlier than the German. General Edler von Daniels's card game of Doppelknopf was interrupted at 10 o'clock by a powerful firework display as the Soviet besiegers fired in their New Year greeting. Daniels appears to have been in a good mood at this time. He had just been promoted to Lieutenant General and awarded the Knight's Cross. Then, as a New Year's present from Paulus, he unexpectedly received a bottle of Veuve Clicquot Shampoos. Several of the Stalingrad generals still seemed to be almost more preoccupied with decorations and promotions than with the fate of the Sixth Army. When German midnight arrived, only star shells were fired. High explosive rounds could not be wasted. The very last bottles were opened in the Kessel for the toast, Prost Neujahr. Soviet divisions, on the other hand, suffered few restrictions on ammunition and alcohol. Celebrating the New Year was good, wrote Viktor Barsov in the Marine Infantry. I drank 250 grams of vodka that night. The food wasn't bad. In the morning, to avoid a headache, I drank 200 grams more. German soldiers tried to make light of their misfortunes, with the idea that everything would change for the better with the passing of the old year. Dear parents, I'm all right, wrote one soldier. Unfortunately, I have to go on sentry tonight. I hope that in this new year of 1943, I won't have to survive as many disappointments as in 1942. An almost obsessive optimism was produced by Hitler's New Year message to Paulus and the Sixth Army. Only the more sceptical spotted that the text did not constitute a firm guarantee. In the name of the whole German people, I send you and your valiant army the heartiest good wishes for the new year. The hardness of your perilous position is known to me. The heroic stand of your troops has my highest respect. You and your soldiers, however, should enter the new year with the unshakable confidence that I and the whole German Wehrmacht will do everything in our power to relieve the defenders of Stalingrad, and that with your staunchness will come the most glorious feat in the history of German arms. Adolf Hitler. Mein Führer, Paulus replied immediately. Your confident words on the new year were greeted here with great enthusiasm. We will justify your trust. You can be certain that we, from the oldest general to the youngest grenadier, will hold out, inspired with a fanatical will, and contribute our share to final victory. Paulus. New Year letters from many soldiers in the Kessel reflected a new mood of determination. We are not letting our spirits sink. Instead, "We believe in the word of the Führer," wrote a captain. "We are maintaining a firm trust in the Führer, unshakable until final victory," wrote an NCO. "The Führer knows our worries and needs," wrote a soldier. "He will always, and I'm certain of this, try to help us as quickly as possible." Even a sceptical general like Strecker seems to have been affected. "New hope arises," he wrote, "and there is some optimism about the present and immediate future." Paulus, on the other hand, was concerned at this time by the growing success of Soviet propaganda. The 7th Department at Don Front headquarters, in charge of operational propaganda, had followed up their identification of 44th Infantry Division and General Edler von Daniels's 376th Infantry Division as the formations on which they should concentrate their efforts. Early on the morning of the 3rd of January, Paulus went to the Austrian 44th Infantry Division, following radio broadcasts by prisoners from the 44th Infantry Division. They had spoken on the shortages of food and ammunition and about the heavy casualties. The Commander-in-Chief, stated the Sixth Army report, wanted warnings to be given about the consequences of partaking in such broadcasts. Any soldiers who did so should realize that their names would be known and they would face court-martial. During Paulus's meeting with General Dubois, the divisional commander, there was yet another heavy attack with tanks. The very next morning, Paulus visited the Romanian commander in the fortress area, whose soldiers had suffered serious frostbite casualties owing to clothing shortages, above all boots, trousers, and socks. The rising number of desertions prompted Paulus to conclude that counter-propaganda is necessary against Russian leaflets printed in Romanian. Battalions and companies were so weak that they had become meaningless designations. Out of over 150,000 soldiers left in the Kessel, less than 1 in 5 were front-line troops. Many companies were down to a dozen men fit for duty. Fragments of units were therefore increasingly amalgamated into battle groups. The surviving Panzer Grenadiers of Sergeant Major Valrava's company found themselves mixed with Luftwaffe companies and Cossack platoons and sent to defend a position near Karpovka. It was an unfortunate spot to be sent to. A glance at the map indicated that the nose, which formed the southwestern extremity of the Kessel, would be the Russians' first objective when they decided to finish off the Sixth Army. There were a few days of comparatively mild, wet weather at the very start of the year. Russian soldiers hated the thaw. "I don't like the weather in Stalingrad," wrote Barsov in the Marine Infantry. "It changes often, and this makes the rifles go rusty. When it becomes warmer, the snow starts to fall. Everything becomes moist. Valenki," felt snow boots, "become soaking wet, and we don't get much chance to dry things." He and his comrades were no doubt happier on the 5th of January, when the temperature dropped to minus 35 degrees. Soviet forces adopted a deliberate tactic to exploit their superiority in winter equipment. "The Russians began with probing attacks," wrote a Luftwaffe liaison officer. "If they breached the line, none of our men were in a position to dig new fire trenches. The men were physically too weak owing to lack of food, and the ground was frozen rock-hard. Stranded on the open steppe, even more would die." On the 6th of January, Paulus signalled to General Zeitzler, "Army starving and frozen, have no ammunition, and cannot move tanks any more." The same day, Hitler awarded General Schmidt the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross. Now that the fate of the Sixth Army was certain, Soviet journalists were brought to Don Front headquarters at Zavarikino. A delegation of Soviet writers came down from the capital to visit the 173rd Rifle Division, which had been raised from the Kievsky district of Moscow and contained many intellectuals. From the command post of 65th Army, writers Alexander Kornichuk and Wanda Vasilevskaya watched the division attack the Kazachi Kurgan a Tartar burial mound on the northwest of the Kessel. Even before Hoth's rescue attempt had been crushed on the Mishkova River, Stalin was harrying his generals to produce plans for the annihilation of the Sixth Army. On the morning of the 19th of December, he had telephoned Voronov, the Stavka representative overseeing Operation Little Saturn, and told him to move to Don Front headquarters. Voronov installed himself close to Rokossovsky's residence, spread across the adjoining villages of Zavarikino and Medvedevo, where the accommodation for each general or department consisted of a 5-walled peasant isba, a log cabin with a dividing wall down the middle. American Willis staff cars with Soviet markings lurched in and out of the frozen ruts, taking generals off on tours of inspection to galvanize subordinate commanders in their efforts. Voronov rapidly assembled a planning staff to study the options. He insisted, despite Stalin's insistence on having the results in 2 days, on first inspecting the terrain for himself. His visit to 57th Army headquarters took place on a clear day. He observed a group of Junkers transports that appeared overhead at about 9,000 feet without a fighter escort. The Russian anti-aircraft batteries grouped in the area opened fire too late. Soviet fighters also arrived too late to intercept. Not a single Junkers had been brought down. Voronov was even more furious when he discovered how little coordination there was between ground observers, anti-aircraft batteries, and the fighter squadrons. The major general in charge of anti-aircraft operations was terrorized into feverish activity. Back at Zavarikino, Voronov again examined the figures. In spite of the strong German resistance put up early in December, Colonel I.V. Vinogradov, the chief intelligence officer of the Don Front, had not greatly revised his estimate of soldiers trapped in the Kessel. He now put them at 86,000, when asked to be precise. It was a figure which was to embarrass Red Army intelligence, especially when their NKVD rivals made sarcastic allusions later. The draft plan for Operation Ring was at last ready on the 27th of December and flown to Moscow. The next day, Voronov was told to rewrite it. Stalin insisted that the first phase of the attack, focused on the Karpovka-Marinovka nose in the southwest, should come from the northwest and be coordinated with another operation at the opposite corner of the Kessel, cutting off the factory district of Stalingrad and the northern suburbs. Stalin observed at a meeting of the State Defense Committee that the rivalry between Yeremenko, the commander of the Stalingrad front, and Rokossovsky, the commander of the Don front, had to be resolved before Operation Ring began. "Whom shall we make responsible for the final liquidation of the enemy?" he asked. Somebody mentioned Rokossovsky. Stalin asked Zhukov what he thought. "Yeremenko will be very hurt," Zhukov observed. "We are not high school girls," Stalin retorted. "We are Bolsheviks, and we must put worthwhile leaders in command." Zhukov was left to pass on the unwelcome news to Yeremenko. Rokossovsky, the commander-in-chief responsible for the coup de grace on the Sixth Army, was allowed 47 divisions, 5,610 field guns and heavy mortars, and 169 tanks. This force of 218,000 men was supported by 300 aircraft. But Stalin's impatience again built up, just as he was planning a strike against the Hungarian Second Army. To his fury, he was told that transport difficulties had slowed the delivery of reinforcements, supplies, and ammunition. Voronov demanded yet another delay of 4 days. Stalin's sarcasm was bitter. "You'll be sitting around there until the Germans take you and Rokossovsky prisoners." With great reluctance, he agreed to the new date of the 10th of January. German officers outside the Kessel had been wondering what would happen next. General Fiebig, the commander of 8th Air Corps, wondered after a long conversation with Richthofen, "Why don't the Russians crush the Kessel like a ripe fruit?" Red Army officers on the Don front were also surprised about the delay and wondered how long it would be before they received their orders to attack. Voronov, however, had received another call from Moscow, now telling him that an ultimatum to the Sixth Army must be prepared. Voronov, in that first week of January 1943, wrote a draft addressed personally to Paulus. Constant calls from Moscow, with Stalin's amendments, were necessary. When finally approved, it was translated at Don Front headquarters by German anti-fascists from the group headed by Walter Ulbricht. Meanwhile, NKVD representatives and Colonel Vinogradov of Red Army Intelligence, displaying their usual rivalry, had begun to search for suitable officers to act as truce envoys. In the end, a compromise was reached. Late in the afternoon of the 7th of January, Major Alexander Mikhailovich Smyslov of Army Intelligence and Captain Nikolai Dmitrovich Dyatlenko of the NKVD were selected to go together. Vinogradov, when interviewing Dyatlenko, suddenly asked, "Are you a kokol?" Kokol, or tufty, was the insulting term for a Ukrainian because Russians were often rude about their traditional style of haircut. "No, Comrade Colonel," replied Dyatlenko stiffly. "I'm a Ukrainian." "So you're just like a Russian," Vinogradov laughed. "Well done. You're a suitable representative of the Red Army to meet the fascists." Smyslov and Dyatlenko were then briefed by General Malinin, the Chief of Staff, and by Voronov himself. One might have thought that Stalin was looking over their shoulder from the way both generals kept asking the envoys whether they fully understood the instructions from Moscow. In fact, nobody really had a clear idea of the rules and ritual of a truce envoy. Dyatlenko admitted that his only knowledge came from the play Field Marshal Kutuzov by Solovyov. "So, lads," said Voronov, "will you fulfill your mission?" "We will fulfill it, Comrade Colonel General," they chanted as one. Malinin then ordered the front quartermaster-in-chief to kit out the two officers in the smartest uniforms available. The Germans had to be impressed. The quartermaster promised to have them dressed like bridegrooms and winked like a magician at the two envoys. With Voronov's backing, he had every general's aide at front headquarters on parade in his department. He ordered them all to strip so that Dyatlenko and Smyslov could try on their uniforms and boots. The two envoys soon found themselves in a Willis staff car with Colonel Vinogradov. Their destination, they were told, was Kotluban Station on 24th Army's sector. Russian troops in the area had received the order to cease firing from dusk. Then, all through the night, Red Army loudspeakers broadcast a message prepared by Ulbricht's anti-fascists, telling the Germans to expect truce envoys. By the next dawn, the 8th of January, firing had ceased. Smyslov and Dyatlenko were allotted a tall corporal equipped with a white flag and a 3-note trumpet. It was unusually quiet on the snow-covered plain when they advanced to the very front trenches. The corporal blew the trumpet call. "Attention, attention, everybody listen." They advanced for about 100 yards. Then firing broke out. The three men were forced to dive for cover behind a low rampart made in the snow by Russian reconnaissance groups for night observation. The bridegroom uniforms soon looked less smart. They also offered little protection from the intense cold. When the firing died away, Smyslov and Dyatlenko rose to their feet and cautiously recommenced their advance. The corporal also stood up, waving the flag and blowing his trumpet. Once again the Germans opened fire, but without shooting directly at them. It was clear that they wanted to force the truce envoys to retreat. After several more attempts, a furious Vinogradov sent a message forward to call off this dangerous version of Grandmother's footsteps. Paulus later claimed that he had never issued an order to open fire on any Russian flag of truce, but Schmidt might well have done. Smyslov and Dyatlenko returned to front headquarters to report, ashamed at the failure of their mission. "Why are your noses hanging down, comrades?" asked Voronov. "The situation is such that it is not we who should ask them to accept our proposals, but vice versa. So, We'll give them some more fire, and they will themselves come begging for them." During that night, Russian aircraft flew over German positions, dropping leaflets printed with the ultimatum to Paulus, and a message addressed to Deutsche Offiziere, Unteroffiziere und Mannschaften, both signed by Voronov and Rokossovsky. To underline the message, they supported the words with bombs. Red Army radio stations also broadcast the text, read by Erich Weinert, on the frequencies most used by the Germans, and a number of German wireless operators acknowledged. The leaflets were certainly read. A captain in the 305th Infantry Division admitted after capture that officers as well as soldiers had read the Soviet leaflets in secret, despite the penalties, because forbidden fruit is sweet. Sometimes they showed leaflets in Russian to a trusty Hiwi and asked him to translate. Everyone knew about the ultimatum, he said. Smyslov and Dyatlenko had slept for only a couple of hours at front headquarters when they were woken at around midnight. A staff car was outside waiting for them by the time they'd dressed in their old uniforms. The ADCs had immediately reclaimed their property. When they reached the intelligence department, they discovered that Colonel Vinogradov had been promoted to Major General, and that they had been awarded the Order of the Red Star. Vinogradov, having joked that he had been promoted for all the trousers he had worn out during his service, added that Smyslov and Dyatlenko would receive an even more important medal if they managed to carry out their mission at a second attempt. The two envoys were told to climb into a staff car with Vinogradov and the officer appointed to replace him as Chief of Intelligence. As they drove through the night again, the two newly promoted generals sang songs and kept interrupting each other with generals' anecdotes. Although Dyatlenko's respectful account does not say that they were drunk, they certainly appear to have been celebrating their promotions. The rhythm of the songs was continually broken as the staff car lurched in and out of huge potholes along the frozen dirt roads. It was a long journey round the southern side of the Kessel, crossing the Don westwards, then back across again at Kalach to the sector covered by 21st Army. Shortly before dawn, they reached the headquarters of the 96th Rifle Division, a few miles to the west of Marinovka. Rather like condemned prisoners, Smyslov and Dyatlenko were given breakfast, boosted by a Narkom's, government minister's, ration. Vinogradov put a stop to a second helping and told them to get ready. They then suddenly realized that they had handed the white flag back to the quartermaster at front headquarters. A new one had to be made, using one of the divisional commander's sheets nailed crudely to a branch from an acacia. The staff car drove them to the front line and parked in a balka, from where the party proceeded forwards on foot. Smyslov and Dyatlenko were joined by an elderly warrant officer with a trumpet, who introduced himself as Commander of the Musical Platoon, Sidorov. A lieutenant also stepped forward and offered to escort them through the minefields. "Because my life is not worth as much as yours," he explained. The three envoys put on camouflage suits just behind the front trenches, then set off across the white expanse, which blurred into a heavy mist. Some 24 humps of snow ahead were frozen bodies. General Vinogradov and the other two generals climbed onto a burnt-out Russian tank to watch the proceedings. Sidorov blew the trumpet. The call, "Attention, attention," sounded in Dyatlenko's ears more like the last post. As they came closer to the German lines, they saw figures moving. It looked as if the front-line bunkers and trenches were being reinforced. Sidorov waved the flag and blew the trumpet again urgently. "What do you want?" a warrant officer called. "We are truce envoys from the commander of the Red Army," Dyatlenko shouted back in German. "We are on our way to your commander-in-chief with a message. We ask you to receive us according to international law." "Come here, then," he said. Several more heads popped up, and guns were levelled at them. Dyatlenko refused to advance until officers were called. Both sides became nervous during the long wait. Eventually, the warrant officer set off towards the rear to fetch his company commander. As soon as he had left, German soldiers stood up and started to banter. "Russ! Komm! Komm!" they called. One soldier, a short man, bundled in many rags, clambered up onto the parapet of the trench and began to play the fool. He pointed to himself in an operatic parody. "Ich bin Offizier," he sang. "I can see what sort of an officer you are," Dyatlenko retorted, and the German soldiers laughed. The joker's companions grabbed his ankles and dragged him back into the trench. Smyslov and Sidorov were laughing too. Finally, the warrant officer returned, accompanied by 3 officers. The most senior of them asked politely what they wanted. Dyatlenko explained, and asked if they would be received according to international convention with guarantees for their safety. Complicated discussions followed on detail, whether they should remove their snowsuits and have their eyes bandaged before they were allowed forward. After the officers on both sides had exchanged salutes, Smyslov showed the oilskin packet addressed to Colonel General Paulus. The German officers whispered urgently among themselves. The senior lieutenant then agreed to take the Soviet representatives to their regimental commander. The black blindfolds issued by the front quartermaster the day before had been handed back with the white flag, so they had to improvise with handkerchiefs and belts. All Sidorov could offer was the blouse of his snowsuit, and when that was fastened round his head, the German soldiers watching from their bunker entrance burst out laughing. "Bedouin! Bedouin!" they called. The senior lieutenant led Dyatlenko by the hand. After a few steps, he asked, with a smile in his voice, what was written in the message to Paulus. "That we should surrender?" "I am not ordered to know," Dyatlenko replied, using the formula of the Tsarist army. They changed the subject. "Tell me, please," said the lieutenant, "if it is true that a German writer called Willy Bredel has been in Platonovsky. He has been addressing my soldiers on the radio for 10 or maybe 14 days. He appealed to them to surrender and swore that their lives would be spared. Of course, my soldiers just laughed at him. But was he really here? It was clear from his accent that he was from Hamburg. So was it really him? Or a record of his voice?" Dyatlenko longed to reply. Bredel was indeed one of the Germans working for his section, and he got on well with him. But if he gave any hint, then the lieutenant would have understood immediately what his real job was. An unplanned diversion occurred at that moment. The ice on which they were walking was both uneven from shell fire, yet also polished by the passage of boots wrapped in rags. Dyatlenko fell, knocking down the lieutenant. Smyslov, hearing the commotion, shouted in alarm. Dyatlenko reassured Smyslov and apologized to the lieutenant. He was not afraid of a trick. "About 1,000 prisoners of war had passed through my hands by then," he wrote afterwards. "I knew their psychology sufficiently well as a result, and I knew that these men would not harm me." German soldiers, who came to lift the 2 fallen men, slipped over in their turn, making a sprawling mass of bodies. Dyatlenko compared it to the Ukrainian children's game called "A Little Heap is Too Little. Someone is needed on top." The lieutenant kept up his questioning when the blindfold march resumed, then returned to the question of Bredel. Dyatlenko was less than frank. He said that the name was known to him, and he had even read some of his books. Finally, the lieutenant warned him that they were coming to some steps. The 3 truce envoys found themselves, when their blindfolds were removed, in a well-built bunker lined with tree trunks. Dyatlenko noticed 2 sacks with spoiled grey grain, which they were trying to dry out. "That serves you right, you snakes," Dyatlenko thought. "You burned the Stalingrad grain elevator, and now you have to dig food for yourselves out from under the snow." He also observed the coloured postcards and Christmas paper decorations still in place. A senior German officer entered and demanded to know the authority for their mission. "The Stavka of the Red Army Command," replied Dyatlenko. The senior officer then left the bunker, presumably to telephone. During the colonel's absence, the German officers and Dyatlenko discussed Christmas celebrations. They then discussed pistols, and the Germans admired Yatlenko's Tokarev. He rapidly surrendered it when the Russian truce envoys realized to their great embarrassment that according to international convention they should have left behind their personal weapons. To maintain the fairly cordial atmosphere, Sidorov opened a packet of Lux cigarettes, what Dyatlenko called general cigarettes, which had been specially issued to them to impress the German officers. With great dignity, Sidorov offered the packet to the Germans as if he had always smoked the best, and not Machorka. He asked Dyatlenko to tell them that this was his third war. He had fought in the Imperialist War, the Civil War, and now the Great Patriotic War. Dyatlenko expected him to add, against German fascist invaders. But in fact, Sidorov smiled and said, "And during all these 3 wars, I have never had the chance to talk to the enemy so peacefully." The German officers agreed, and added that this little assembly consisted of the most peaceful people on the whole front. Conversation rather came to a halt after that. In the ensuing silence they heard heavy firing. The Russians were horrified. One of the Germans dashed out of the bunker to discover what was happening. He returned with the accusation, "It was your people." Fortunately, the firing soon ceased. The truce envoys discovered later that it had been Russian anti-aircraft batteries unable to resist the temptation when German transport aircraft appeared overhead. Tension rose during the long wait for the colonel's return. But when he came, it was not to announce, as expected, that a staff car had been sent from 6th Army headquarters. He had, in Dyatlenko's words, a very different expression, like a beaten dog. The junior officers, guessing what had happened, rose to their feet as if a sentence was about to be pronounced on all of them. "I am ordered," the colonel announced to the Russians, "not to take you anywhere, not to accompany you, nor to receive anything from you. Only to cover your eyes again, to lead you back, to return your pistols, and to guarantee your safety." Dyatlenko protested most volubly. He offered, even though it was against his instructions, to give the oilskin packet to a specially authorized officer in return for a receipt. "I am ordered to take nothing from you," replied the German colonel. "Then we ask you to write on the package that you, in accordance with orders received from higher command, refuse to accept the letter addressed to your army commander." But the colonel refused even to touch the packet. There was nothing left, Smyslov and Dyatlenko concluded, but to allow themselves to be blindfolded again and escorted back. The same senior lieutenant guided Dyatlenko back. "How old are you?" Dyatlenko whispered after they had set off. 24, he replied. There were only a few years between them. "This war between our peoples is a tragic mistake," Dyatlenko said after a short pause. "It will finish sooner or later, and it would be good for me to meet you on that day, wouldn't it?" "There is no room for illusions in my heart," said the German lieutenant, "because before a month is up, both you and I will be dead." "Did you Germans really think," said Dyatlenko, "that Russia would let you spend a peaceful winter in warm bunkers?" "No. It was possible to assume from the experience of the past winter that you would launch an offensive, but nobody expected it on such a scale or in such a way." "You told me earlier that your soldiers just laugh at the appeals of Willy Bredel." Out of professional curiosity, Dyatlenko could not resist ignoring his instructions to avoid topical issues. "But wasn't he right when he spoke about your hopeless situation? Weren't his appeals serious?" "Everything he said was right," the lieutenant replied. "But don't forget one thing. When a war of 2 world outlooks is going on, it is impossible to persuade enemy soldiers by throwing words across the front lines." On reaching the trenches, the eyes of the 3 Russian officers were uncovered. Their pistols and snowsuits were handed back. The 2 groups of officers faced each other and saluted. Then the Russians, under Sidorov's flag, returned through the white silence to General Vinogradov, who was still waiting by the burnt-out tank. Vinogradov led them back to the Balka. The commander of divisional reconnaissance lost no time. "Sidorov," he said, "quickly draw me a map of their defences." The other two truce envoys followed them into a bunker dug into the side of the Balka and watched our old man, who spoke to the enemy so peacefully, draw a map of their fire points perfectly. "I don't know if he had been given this mission from the start," wrote Dyatlenko afterwards, "or whether it was just his skill, but it transpired that he had been remembering everything." Dyatlenko and Smyslov then returned to front headquarters in the Willis staff car with the two generals, sad and tired, because their mission had been a failure, and many men were to die for no purpose. Part 5. The Subjugation of the Sixth Army. Chapter 20. The Air Bridge. "The misty cloud hung low," wrote Hans Diebold, a doctor with the 44th Infantry Division. "It all but touched one's head. In that cloud, the engine of a lost transport plane wailed forlornly." The term air bridge was seldom used in the theatre of operations. The idea of a permanent link over the heads of the Russians gratified the illusionists looking at maps and charts in Berlin and Rastenburg. Hitler would suddenly demand information, so every general and staff officer, desperate to have the figures to hand, constantly badgered airfield commanders for the latest statistics and proof of action. This compulsive interference from above only made things worse. Luftwaffe generals in Germany had leapt to obey Hitler's decision to resupply the Sixth Army by air, allocating thoroughly unsuitable aircraft, like the U-86, an aeroplane used for training pilots, to make the numbers look better. Even the use of gliders was considered, until somebody observed that Russian fighters would destroy them with ease. Chaos was also caused by rear airbase commanders sending forward Junkers 52s before they'd been adapted for winter operations, simply to prove that they were reacting to the Führer's call quickly. The mass of transport aircraft arriving without warning had caused chaos, particularly since an air supply operations group was not in place to take control. At the end of November, General Fiebig and the staff of 8th Air Corps took over responsibility, and the situation greatly improved, even though fundamental flaws in the whole project condemned it to failure from the start. General von Richthofen had warned that they would need 6 full-sized airfields within the Kessel, not just one, and also properly trained ground staff. His fear about the shortage of runways was rapidly justified under bad weather conditions. The best day had been the 19th of December, when 154 aircraft landed with 289 tons. But good flying days were rare indeed. Weather was not the only problem. The airfield at Pitomnik attracted all the enemy's attention, so shot-up and crashed aircraft frequently made it unusable for short periods. Their burnt-out metal carcasses were pushed out into the snow beside the runway, forming a widely strewn machine graveyard. Landing by night was doubly dangerous. The air defence batteries at Pitomnik had an almost impossible balance to maintain. They needed to use searchlights to pick out Soviet night bombers, but the base of their beams provided a target for Russian artillery. The strain on Luftwaffe aircrew was intense. Young and inexperienced aircrews were badly shaken by the sights at Pitomnik, above all the miserable condition of the wounded waiting by the side of the runway for evacuation, and the piles of frozen corpses left by the field hospital there because the ground was frozen too hard to bury them. Whatever the Sixth Army's gratitude for the Luftwaffe's efforts, exasperation was inevitable. When one consignment was opened and found to contain only marjoram and pepper, Lieutenant Colonel Werner von Kunowski, the Sixth Army's quartermaster, exploded, "Which ass was responsible for this load?" An officer with him joked that at least the pepper could be used in close-quarter combat. After the Soviet attack on Tatsinskaya, the transport fleet was greatly reduced, leaving a much smaller pool from which serviceable aircraft could be tasked. Also, the new Junkers 52 airbase at Salsk, just over 200 miles from Pitomnik, was close to the maximum operational range, so any aircraft whose engines burned up oil could not be used. In desperation, some of the Luftwaffe's largest four-engined aircraft, the Focke-Wulf 200 Condor, which could take up to 6 tons, and the Junkers 290, which could manage a load of up to 10 tons, were brought into service, but they were vulnerable and lacked the solidity of the old Tant-U trimotor. Once Salsk also came under threat in mid-January, the remaining U-52s had to move northwest to Sverevo, north of Shakti. This new airfield consisted of a packed snow runway on open agricultural land. There was no accommodation, so ground crew, control staff and aircrew lived in igloos and tents. Icing became an even greater problem in the air, while on the ground engines became harder and harder to start. Heavy snowfalls often brought bases to a halt, since every plane had to be dug out of drifts. There were few anti-aircraft defences at Sverevo, and on the 18th of January, Soviet fighters and bombers, coming in 18 waves during the course of the day, managed to destroy another 50 U-52s on the ground. This was one of the few really effective operations by Red Army aviation, whose pilots still lack confidence. Richthofen and Fiebig had felt from the beginning that they had no choice but to make the best of a doomed job. They expected little understanding from above. "My trust in our leadership has rapidly sunk below zero," Richthofen told General Jeschonek, the Luftwaffe Chief of Staff, on the 12th of December. A week later, on hearing that Goering had told Hitler that the supply situation in Stalingrad was not so bad, he had written in his diary, "Apart from the fact that it would do his figure a power of good to spend a little time in the Kessel, I can only assume that my reports either are not read or are given no credence." While Goering did nothing to stint his appetite, General Zeitzler, in a gesture of solidarity with the starved troops in Stalingrad, reduced his own rations to their level. According to Albert Speer, he lost 26 pounds within 2 weeks. Hitler, informed of this diet by Martin Bormann, ordered Zeitzler to return to normal eating. As a concession, Hitler banned champagne and brandy at Führer headquarters in honor of the heroes of Stalingrad. The vast majority of civilians in Germany had little idea of how close the Sixth Army was to final defeat. "I hope that you'll break the encirclement soon," a young woman wrote to her soldier pen friend in mid-January, "and when you do, you'll be given leave straight away." Even the Nazi Party chief of Bielefeld wrote in mid-January to General Edler von Daniels to congratulate him on the birth of his child, his Knight's Cross and promotion, and said that he looked forward to seeing him very soon back amongst us again. The atmosphere of unreality pervaded the most senior government circles in Berlin. Speer, deeply disturbed by the situation at Stalingrad, accompanied his wife, who, like everybody else, still suspected nothing untoward, to a performance of the Magic Flute at the opera. But, sitting in our box in those softly upholstered chairs among this festively attired audience, all I could think of was that same kind of crowd at the Paris Opera when Napoleon was retreating in Russia, and of the now identical suffering of our own soldiers. He fled back to his ministry, seeking escape in work, and tried to suppress his horrible feelings of guilt towards his brother, a private in the Sixth Army at Stalingrad. Speer's parents had recently rung him in panic. They had just heard that their youngest son, Ernst, was lying in a primitive field hospital in a stable, only partly roofed and without walls, suffering from jaundice, with fever, swollen legs, and kidney pains. Speer's mother sobbed on the telephone, "You can't do this to him." And his father said, "It's impossible that you of all people, can't do something to get him out." Speer's sense of helplessness and guilt was compounded by the fact that the year before, following Hitler's order that senior officials must not use influence on behalf of relatives, he had fobbed off his brother with a promise to get him transferred to France once the campaign was over. Now, The last letter from Ernst in Stalingrad said that he could not stand watching his fellow patients die in the field hospital. He had rejoined his comrades in the front line, despite his grotesquely swollen limbs and pathetic weakness. Within the Kessel, as the Sixth Army waited for the final Russian offensive, stories spread not just of an SS Panzer Corps approaching, which Hitler had promised for mid-February, but even of an air-transported division being flown into the Kessel to bolster their defences. Some rumours lost all touch with reality. Darker spirits claimed that the 4th Panzer Army had got to within a dozen miles of their lines, but Paulus had then told General Hoth not to advance any further. Some soldiers even convinced themselves later that Paulus, as part of a secret deal with the Russians, had betrayed them. According to another story, the Russians have issued an order that anyone who shoots a captured German pilot will be severely punished because they were needed to fly transport planes in the rearmost areas. Such was the shortage of Soviet aircrew. Rumours were bound to spread in their strange communities, whether the encampments round the airfields or dugouts in Balkas on the steppe grouped together like a troglodyte village. If there was any wood to burn in the small bunker stoves, smoke emerged from little chimney stacks made from empty food tins rammed together. Duckboards, tables, even bunks, as men died, were broken up as fuel. The only substitute for real warmth was a fug created with packed bodies and tarpaulins, but men still shivered uncontrollably. The comparative heat did little more than stir their lice into activity and drive them wild with itching. They often slept two to a bunk with a blanket over their heads in a pathetic attempt to share body heat. The rodent population swelled rapidly on a diet of dead horses and humans. Out in the steppe, mice became voracious in their search for food. One soldier reported that mice had eaten 2 of his frozen toes while he was asleep. When rations arrived on a sledge pulled by a starved pony, stiff, ungainly figures wrapped in rags emerged to hear the latest rumours. There was no fuel to melt snow for washing or shaving. Their hollow-cheeked faces were waxen and unshaven, the beards pathetically straggly from calcium deficiency. Their necks were thin and scrawny like those of old men. Their bodies crawled with lice. A bath and clean underwear were as distant a dream as a proper meal. The bread ration was now down to under 200 grams per day, and often little more than 100 grams. The horseflesh added to Wassersuppe came from local supplies. The carcasses were kept fresh by the cold, but the temperature was so low that meat could not be sliced from them with knives. Only a pioneer saw was strong enough. The combination of cold and starvation meant that soldiers, when not on sentry, just lay in their dugouts, conserving energy. The bunker was a refuge which they could hardly face leaving. Often their minds went blank because the chilling of their blood slowed down both physical and mental activity. Books had been passed round until they disintegrated, or were lost in the mud or snow, but now few had the energy left to read. In a similar way, Luftwaffe officers running Pitomnik airfield had given up chess in favour of scat because any effort of concentration was beyond them. In many cases, however, the lack of food led not to apathy, but to crazed illusions, like those of ancient mystics who heard voices through malnutrition. It is impossible to assess the numbers of suicides or deaths resulting from battle stress. Examples in other armies, as already mentioned, rise dramatically when soldiers are cut off, and no army was more beleaguered than the Sixth Army at Stalingrad. Men raved wildly in their bunks. Some lay there howling. Many, during a manic burst of activity, had to be overpowered or knocked senseless by their comrades. Some soldiers feared breakdown and madness in others, as if it were contagious. But the greatest alarm was provoked when a sick comrade had dilated nostrils and black lips, and the whites of his eyes turned pink. The fear of typhus seemed curiously atavistic, almost as if it were a medieval plague. The sense of approaching death could also stimulate an intense awareness of all that they were about to lose. Tough men dreamed feverishly of images of home, and wept silently at the idea of never seeing wife or children again. More reflective characters re-examined memories, or studied the world about them, especially their comrades, with a new interest. Some even had enough emotion left to feel sorry for the starving horses gnawing desperately at a piece of wood. For the first week or 10 days in January, before the Soviet offensive broke, men tried not to let their true degree of wretchedness show in letters home. "I received a quarter-litre of vodka and 13 cigarettes for the new year," wrote a soldier called Willy to his parents in a letter which never reached them. "But all the food I've got now is a piece of bread. I've never missed you more than today, when we were singing the Volga Lied. I'm sitting in a cage here. It's not made of gold, but of the Russian encirclement." Many soldiers camouflaged the truth even further. "We can only count upon the fact that spring will start soon," a soldier called Seppel wrote home. "The weather is still bad, but the main thing is to be healthy and have a good stove. The Christmas holidays passed well." Others, however, did not try to conceal their feelings. "The only thing left to me is to think about the three of you," a soldier wrote to his wife and children. Some, desperate to escape, considered self-inflicted wounds. Those who went through with it did not just risk execution. Even if no suspicions were aroused, they risked death from their own action. A light flesh wound was not enough to earn a flight out of the Kessel. A shot through the right hand was too obvious, and with so few soldiers left in the front line, the wound had to be disabling if they were to be released from combat duties. But once the final Soviet advance began, even a light wound which hindered movement practically signified death. From early January, an increasing number of German soldiers began to surrender without resistance or even to desert to the enemy. Deserters tended to be infantrymen at the front, partly because they had more opportunity. There were also cases of officers and soldiers who refused evacuation out of bravery and an almost obsessive sense of duty. Lieutenant Löbecke, the commander of a company of tanks in 16th Panzer Division, had lost an arm in the fighting, but soldiered on without having the wound properly treated. His divisional commander could not persuade him to go for treatment. Eventually, General Strecker got hold of him. "I request permission to stay with my men," Löbecke said immediately. "I cannot leave them now when the fighting is so desperate." Strecker, presumably from the smell, realized that the stump of Löbecke's arm was putrefying. He had to order him onto an aircraft out of the Kessel to a base hospital. For the truly incapacitated, the only hope of evacuation back to a field hospital was by sled or in an ambulance. Their drivers were already recognized as steering wheel heroes because of the very high casualty rate. A moving vehicle and ambulances were among the very few allowed any fuel, immediately attracted Russian ground fire or air attack. Walking wounded and sick made their own way to the rear through the snow. Many stopped to rest and never rose again. Others arrived in spite of appalling wounds or advanced frostbite. "One day somebody knocked at our bunker," remembered a Luftwaffe lieutenant at Pitomnik. Outside stood an older man, a member of the organization Tot, engaged on a road repair. Both his hands were so badly swollen from frostbite that he would never be able to use them again. Reaching the General Hospital by the airfield was still far from a guarantee of evacuation or even treatment in the large tents, which did little to keep out the cold. Wounds and frostbite represented only a small part of the workload, which threatened to overwhelm doctors. There was a jaundice epidemic, dysentery, and all the other sicknesses, accentuated by undernourishment and often dehydration, since there was no fuel to melt the snow. The wounded were also far more exposed to Soviet air attack than they had been at the front. "Every half hour, Russian aircraft attacked the airfield," reported a corporal later. Many comrades who were just about to be saved, having been loaded into aircraft and were waiting to take off, lost their lives at the very last moment. The evacuation by air of the wounded and sick was just as unpredictable as the incoming supply flights. On 3 days, the 19th and 20th of December and the 4th of January, over 1,000 were taken on each occasion. But the overall average, including days when no flights were possible, between the 23rd of November and the 20th of January, came to 417. Selection for the aircraft was not made by the severity of wounds. It developed into a ruthless triage due to the shortage of aircraft space. Only the lightly wounded, those able to move themselves, could hope to get away, recounted an officer courier. There was enough room for only about 4 stretchers inside a Heinkel fuselage, but you could pack in nearly 20 walking wounded. So if you had been severely hit or were so sick that you could not move, you were as good as dead. Luck, however, could still intervene. By pulling rank, this officer managed to get an infantry non-commissioned officer who had been lying at the airfield for 3 days with a bullet lodged in his back onto his aircraft. How this man had got to the airfield, I never knew. He also pulled another NCO, an elderly man with a high fever, on board. The Felt Gendarmerie, hated by the troops and known as the chain dogs because of the metal crescent gorget hung on a chain which they wore round their necks, guarded access to the runway, checking papers minutely to make sure that no malingerers got through. As hope of escape diminished in January, they resorted more and more to their submachine guns to hold back the wounded and malingerers. Many more wounded fitted into the giant 4-engined Focke-Wulf Condors, of which a few were used from the second week of January. They were, however, exceptionally vulnerable if overloaded. One sergeant in the 9th Flak Division watched the lumbering acceleration of a Condor onto which 2 of his wounded comrades had just been loaded. As the aircraft rose steeply after takeoff to gain height, the helpless human cargo inside must have shifted or rolled towards the back, because the tail suddenly dropped. The engines screamed as the nose pointed almost vertically into the sky. Then the whole aircraft fell back to the ground just beyond the perimeter and exploded in a fireball with a deafening sound. Further out, soldiers at the west end of the Kessel witnessed the fate of Junkers transports, knowing full well that their heavy outbound loads consisted of wounded comrades. Often these aircraft could not gain height quickly enough and ran into heavy flak, thus coming to a terrible end. I saw from my trench on several occasions this apocalyptic fate and was very, very depressed. As well as flying out wounded, couriers, and certain specialists, the aircraft still brought in some officers and men who had gone on leave just before the Kessel was closed. Because of the news blackout in Germany, many of them had no idea of what had happened in their absence until their train reached Kharkov. Manstein's aide, Alexander Stahlberg, described how his 21-year-old cousin by marriage, Gottfried von Bismarck, arrived at Army Group Don headquarters at Novocherkassk on the 2nd of January after Christmas leave at home in Pomerania. He had received an order to fly into the Kessel to rejoin the 76th Infantry Division. Manstein, on discovering the circumstances, invited him to his table for dinner, where conversation was unrestrained. Both Manstein and Stahlberg greatly admired the way the young man, with no complaint, upheld the Potsdam tradition of the 9th Infantry Regiment by returning to a lost battle, not for Hitler, but out of a Prussian devotion to duty. Bismarck himself, however, put it in less glorious terms. I was a soldier. I had received an order and was obliged to accept the consequences. General Huber, when he returned to the Kessel on the 9th of January, the eve of the Soviet offensive, told Paulus and Schmidt that Hitler simply refused to acknowledge the possibility of defeat at Stalingrad. He had not listened to his account of conditions in the Kessel. Instead, he had tried to convince him that a second relief attempt might well be brought forward. Some of Huber's officers were downcast that he, of all people, seemed to have been taken in by one of Hitler's performances of mesmerizing optimism, the sun-ray cure. I was deeply disappointed, recorded Huber's intelligence officer, Prince Dohna, how easily such a brave and upright soldier could be persuaded. Others, however, heard that Huber had even dared to advise Hitler to try to finish the war. And when Huber died in a plane crash the following year, rumours spread that Hitler might have had a hand in it. In a way, both sides were right. When Huber had reported to Army Group headquarters before flying back into the Kessel, Manstein certainly believed that he had been taken in by one of Hitler's displays of competence. On the other hand, he subsequently discovered that Huber had dared to suggest to Hitler that he might do better to hand over supreme command of the army to a general, so that he would not be damaged personally if the Sixth Army were lost. Huber had been one of the Führer's favourite commanders, but his evident belief that the Sixth Army was doomed only confirmed Hitler's suspicion that all generals were infected with pessimism. Paulus recognized this. He came to the conclusion that only a highly decorated young warrior might appeal to Hitler's romantic notions and thus be in a better position to persuade him to listen to the truth. Paulus had an obvious candidate for this mission in the form of Captain Winrich Beer, whose black panzer uniform with the Knight's Cross was likely to produce the right effect on the Führer. And Beer, responsible for updating not only the situation map, but also all the facts and figures in reports, was one of the best briefed officers at Sixth Army headquarters. Beer received so little warning of his mission on the morning of the 12th of January, 2 days after the start of the Soviet offensive, that he did not have time to offer to take letters home from his colleagues. He bundled up the Sixth Army war diary and his belongings to take it to safety, then hurried to Pitomnik. The runway was already under fire from heavy mortars as well as artillery. As Beer ran to the Heinkel 111, filling with wounded, the Felt Gendarmerie, armed with submachine guns, had to hold back hundreds of others trying to rush or even crawl to the plane. The flight to Taganrog took 1.5 hours. To his surprise, it was even colder down by the Sea of Azov than at Stalingrad. A staff car was waiting for him, and he was taken to Field Marshal von Manstein's headquarters. Manstein assembled some of his officers and asked Beer to report on the situation. Beer described everything: the famine, the casualty rates, the exhaustion of the soldiers, the wounded lying in the snow waiting for evacuation, their blood frozen, the pitiful shortage of food, fuel, and ammunition. When Beer had finished, Manstein told him, "Give Hitler exactly the same description as you gave me." An aeroplane had been ordered for the next morning to take him to Rastenburg. The Führer was expecting him. The following morning was just as cold, even though the bright sun gave a deceptive impression of warmth. At the airfield, the Luftwaffe officer assigned to fly Beer to East Prussia did not bother to take his gloves with him when he went out to warm up the motors. When he returned to the building, he had no skin left on his hands from touching frozen metal. Another pilot had to be found. Beer finally reached the Wolfschanze in the early evening. His belt and pistol were taken from him at the guardroom. From there, he was escorted to the operations room, where 18 months later Stauffenberg brought his briefcase filled with explosives. There were between 20 and 25 senior officers present. After 10 minutes, the doors opened, and Hitler appeared. He greeted the young panzer captain. "Heil, Herr Hauptmann." "Heil, mein Führer," replied Beer, rigidly at attention in his black uniform with the Knight's Cross at his neck. Beer already knew from his brother-in-law, Nikolaus von Below, who was Hitler's Luftwaffe adjutant, what the Führer's tactics were when a Cassandra brought bad news. He always tried to control the conversation, imposing his version of events and overwhelming his interlocutor, who knew only about a single sector of the front, with a powerful impression of the overall situation. This was exactly what happened. When Hitler had finished recounting his plans for Operation Dietrich, a great counterattack with SS panzer divisions turning defeat into victory, he said to Beer, "Herr Hauptmann, when you return to General Paulus, tell him this, and that all my heart and hopes are with him and his army." But Beer, well aware that this was Hitler's trick, knew that he must not allow himself to be silenced. "Mein Führer," he answered, "my commander-in-chief gave me the order to inform you of the situation. Please now give me permission to deliver my report." Hitler, in front of so many witnesses, could not refuse. Beer began to speak, and Hitler, rather to his surprise, made no attempt to interrupt him. He did not spare his audience any detail, including the growing desertions of German soldiers to the Russians. Field Marshal Keitel, unable to bear such frankness in the Führer's presence, shook his fist at Beer from behind Hitler's back in an attempt to silence him. But Beer continued relentlessly with his description of the exhausted, starving, and frozen army, faced by overwhelming odds and without the fuel or ammunition to repulse the new Russian offensive. Beer had all the figures of the daily deliveries by air in his head. Hitler asked if he was certain of these statistics, and when Beer replied that he was, he turned to a senior Luftwaffe officer and asked him to explain the discrepancy. "Mein Führer," replied the Luftwaffe general, "I have here the list of planes and cargoes dispatched per day." "But, mein Führer," Beer interrupted, "for the army, what is important is not how many planes were sent out, but what we actually receive. We are not criticizing the Luftwaffe. Their pilots really are heroes. But we have received only the figures I have told you. Perhaps some companies retrieved odd canisters and kept them without notifying their headquarters, but not enough to make a difference." Some senior officers tried to deflect Beer's criticisms with idiotic questions, but Hitler proved surprisingly helpful, probably because he wanted to appear to defend the interests of the Stalingrad Kämpfer against the General Staff. But when Beer came to the situation facing the Sixth Army, Hitler turned back to the great map dotted with little flags, as if nothing had changed. Beer knew that these flags, the same as months before, now represented divisions with only a few hundred men left. Yet Hitler once again resorted to his message of reversing the whole situation by a brilliant counterstroke. He even proclaimed that a whole SS Panzer army was already grouping round Kharkov, poised to strike towards Stalingrad. Beer knew from Field Marshal von Manstein that the SS formations being brought eastwards would need several more weeks. I saw then that he had lost touch with reality. He lived in a fantasy world of maps and flags. For Beer, who had been an enthusiastic and nationalistic young German officer, the revelation came as a shock. It was the end of all my illusions about Hitler. I was convinced that we would now lose the war. Beer was not sent straight back to the Kessel as planned. He saw Hitler again the next day at noon with Field Marshal Milch, who was ordered to galvanize Luftwaffe relief efforts to Stalingrad. Beer was later summoned by Hitler's senior military aide, General Schmundt, and subjected to a long and searching, although friendly, interview. Schmundt, one of Hitler's most loyal admirers, he was to die 18 months later from Stauffenberg's bomb, quickly sensed that the young panzer captain had lost his faith. Beer admitted this openly when the question was put. Schmundt therefore decided that he should not be sent back to Paulus in case he passed on his misgivings. Beer would return to the Black Sea coast and work there at Melitopol as part of the new special staff to be set up under Field Marshal Milch to help Fortress Stalingrad hold out to the last. At Rastenburg, General Stief and also Lieutenant Colonel Bernhard Klamroth, who knew Beer well from before the war, took him aside and asked, in a coded manner, whether he would join a movement to oust Hitler. Beer, who had only just seen the truth about Hitler's disastrous leadership, felt that he could not do a complete about-turn. Klamroth understood, but warned him to be careful with Manstein. At table, he is very much against Hitler, but he just shoots his mouth off. If Hitler were to order him to turn left or right, he would do exactly what he was told. Klamroth's criticism was not exaggerated. For all the disrespect Manstein showed for the Führer in private among trusted subordinates, and with his Dachshund's trick of raising its paw in the Nazi salute, he did not want to risk his own position. In his memoirs, he used what might be called the stab-in-the-back argument. A coup d'etat would have led to an immediate collapse of the front and chaos inside Germany. He was still part of the officer class, whose anti-Bolshevik loathing had been moulded by the 1918 mutinies and revolution. Beer took Klamroth's advice and was cautious when he reported back to Army Group Dawn. Manstein's fear of Hitler was soon demonstrated. The frank discussions among his own officers about responsibility for the Stalingrad disaster unnerved him so much that he issued an order to his chief of staff that discussions about the responsibility for recent events must cease, because they can do nothing to change the facts of the matter and can only cause damage by undermining confidence. Officers were also strictly forbidden to discuss the causes for the destruction of the Sixth Army in their personal correspondence. The Führer now wanted, whatever the outcome, a heroic example for the German people. On the 15th of January, he awarded Paulus the oak leaves to his Knight's Cross and announced 178 other important decorations for members of the Sixth Army. Many recipients still failed to recognize how double-edged these honors were. Manstein, on the other hand, while despising Hitler's motives, knew that he too needed to prolong the agony of the Sixth Army. Every extra day that it held on gave him more time to pull the two armies in the Caucasus back to a defensible line. Hitler, through one of his grotesque twists of logic, could now argue that his decision to order Paulus to maintain his position had been correct. The madness of events seems to have become slightly infectious. Max Plakolb, the Luftwaffe officer in charge of the radio operators at Petomnik, recorded several strange messages of exhortation they received from their own senior commanders. On the 9th of January, the day that the Soviet ultimatum was proclaimed, Plakolb and another member of his team received orders to fly out of the Kessel. Taking leave of those staying behind was hard. Each one wrote a letter home, which we took with us. But, like almost everyone escaping the Stalingrad Kessel at that time, he experienced a sensation of being born again. Thus did this 9th of January become my second birthday. Those escaping, however, were bound to undergo some form of survivor guilt. We never heard anything more of those comrades left behind. Everyone who had the chance entrusted last letters or small important possessions to comrades allotted a place on the aircraft. The piano-playing battalion commander from 16th Panzer Division had fallen sick, so Dr. Kurt Reuber persuaded him to take the Fortress Madonna with him. Reuber also managed to finish a last picture for his wife when his commanding officer's departure was delayed by a day because of bad weather. His last letter to her from Stalingrad went with it. He saw no point in shrinking from the reality of what they faced. Scarcely an earthly hope remains. It was some time before soldiers realized that the Christmas post delivered on the 22nd of December was probably the last they would receive from the outside world. Odd batches came through afterwards, one as late as the 18th of January, but the regular Luftpost effectively ceased after the 13th of January, when soldiers were told that they had a last chance to write home. Many mentioned in their letters that they only had time to scribble a couple of lines. As a doctor observed in a letter to his father, "The mood here is very mixed. Some take it very badly, others lightly and in a composed way. It is an interesting study in character." The main contrast seems to be between those who wrote to impress their family with the patriotic symbolism of their approaching death and those who wrote out of love. The latter, unlike the fervent nationalists, usually started their letter as gently as possible. Perhaps this will be the last letter from me for a long time. A Major von R. wrote to his wife, "You are always my first and last thought. I am certainly not abandoning hope. Things are, however, so serious that one does not know whether we will see each other again. Our men have been and still are achieving the impossible. We must not be less brave than them." The word fate seems to be about the only word shared equally. "Dear parents," wrote a corporal, "fate has decided against us. If you should receive the news that I have fallen for Greater Germany, then bear it bravely. As a last bequest, I leave my wife and children to your love." Those most devoted to the regime focused far more in a self-important way on national honour and the great struggle than on family farewells. They wrote of the fateful battle of the German nation, while still maintaining that our weapons and our leadership are still the best in the world. In an attempt to derive a meaning from the grotesque tragedy, they buoyed themselves up with the idea that future generations would see them as the defenders of Europe from Asiatic Bolshevism. "This is a heroic struggle, the like of which the world has never experienced in such cold," wrote a sergeant. "German heroes guarantee Germany's future." These letters were never delivered. Captain Count von Zedwitz, the chief of 4th Panzer Army's field post censorship, had been given the task of studying letters from the Stalingrad Kessel to report on morale and feelings towards the regime. Although his reports bent over backwards to avoid sounding defeatist, it appears that Goebbels ordered that this last collection of posts should be held back and eventually destroyed. The above quotations come from a sample apparently copied by Heinz Schröter, a junior officer formerly attached to the 6th Army's propaganda company, who had been commissioned by the propaganda ministry to write an epic account of the battle. The examples published in an anonymous collection entitled Last Letters from Stalingrad, which had a powerful emotional effect when published in 1954, are now considered forgeries. Other letters had already been intercepted in a very different way. General Voronov recorded that on the 1st of January, "We heard in the evening that a German transport plane had been shot down over our positions. About 1,200 letters were discovered in the wreckage." At Don Front headquarters, the department run by Captain Zabashtansky and Captain Dyatlenko went to work with every spare interpreter, as well as all the German anti-fascists, on the mailbags for 3 days. They included letters in diary form from General Edler von Daniels to his wife. According to Voronov and Dyatlenko, the latest letter of the 30th of December revealed much about the weak defences of the 376th Infantry Division on the southwestern flank, which tied in with what the NKVD interrogators had managed to find out from prisoners. Until the final Soviet offensive began on the 10th of January, the main preoccupation of the 6th Army remained the same. "Enemy number one is, and always remains, hunger," wrote a doctor. "My dear parents," a corporal wrote home pathetically, "if it's possible, send me some food. I'm so ashamed to write this, but the hunger is too much." German soldiers started to take great risks, venturing forward into no man's land to search the corpses of Russian soldiers for a crust of bread or a bag of dried peas which they would boil in water. Their greatest hope was to find a twist of paper containing salt, for which their bodies ached. The hunger pains of German soldiers in the Kessel were indeed bad, but others suffered far more. The 3,500 Russian prisoners of war in the camps at Boroponovo and Gumrak were dying at a rapidly accelerating rate. Several German officers were deeply shocked to discover during January that these prisoners were reduced to cannibalism, and made verbal reports. When Russian troops reached the camps at the end of January, the Soviet authorities claimed that only 20 men remained alive out of the original 3,500. The spectacle which greeted the Russian soldiers, to judge by the film taken by newsreel cameras rushed to the spot, was at least as bad as those seen when the first Nazi death camps were reached. At Gumrak, Erich Weinert described the scene. "In a gully, we found a large heap of corpses of Russian prisoners, almost without clothes, as thin as skeletons. The scenes, particularly those of the Kriegsgefangen Revier, filmed at Voropovono, may have done much to harden the hearts of the Red Army towards the new defeated. Many of the thousands of Hiwis still attached to German divisions were starving too. Girgensson, after carrying out an autopsy on one corpse, told the German officer in charge that this particular Heavy had indeed died of hunger. This diagnosis left him completely astonished. He claimed that his Heavies received the same rations as German soldiers. Many were treated quite well by their German officers, and there are numerous accounts demonstrating mutual trust during the last battle. But by then, Russians in German uniform knew that they were doomed. There were no places for them on the aircraft flying out, and the encircling Soviet armies were accompanied by NKVD troops waiting to deal with them. Chapter 21. Surrender out of the question. The front out in the steppe had been comparatively quiet during the first week in January. Most of the time, there had been little more than the dull crack of a sniper's rifle, the odd burst of machine gun fire, and the distant whistle at night of a signal flare going up. Altogether, what a lieutenant called the usual melody of the front. After the broadcast and leaflet drops on the 9th of January, German soldiers knew that the final offensive was imminent. Sentries, shivering uncontrollably, had an even stronger reason to stay awake. One soldier remarked to a chaplain on his rounds just before the offensive, "Just a little bit more bread, Herr Pfarrer. Then come what may." But the bread ration had just been reduced to 75 grams. They all knew that they would have to face the Soviet onslaught, weak from hunger and disease and with little ammunition, even if they did not entirely understand the reason. There was both a fatalism, one spoke about death just like about a breakfast, yet also a will to believe. Ordinary soldiers believed the stories of the SS Panzer Corps and reinforcements landing by air. In the 297th Infantry Division, soldiers continued to be convinced that the relief force has already reached Kalach, the Großdeutschland and the Leibstandarte divisions. A star shell, seen to the west, was instantly interpreted as a signal from them. Even junior officers were misinformed by their superiors, as a lieutenant told his NKVD interrogator. Right into the first week of January, his regimental commander in the 371st Infantry Division was still telling them, "Help is close." The shock was great when they heard, through informal sources, presumably Luftwaffe personnel, about the failure of the attempt to rescue them, and Army Group Don's retreat to the west. The NKVD, on the other hand, was soon shaken to discover the number of Russians now fighting for the Germans in the front line at Stalingrad, not just labouring as unarmed Heavies. German accounts certainly seem to indicate that a considerable proportion of the Heavies attached to 6th Army divisions in the Kessel were now fighting in the front line. Many officers testified to their skill and loyalty. Especially brave were the Tartars, reported an officer in the factory district of Stalingrad. As anti-tank gunners using a captured Russian weapon, they were proud of every Soviet tank they hit. These fellows were fantastic. Lieutenant Colonel Meder's battle group, based on 2 grenadier regiments from the 297th Infantry Division at the southernmost point of the Kessel, contained no fewer than 780 combat-willing Russians, nearly half his force. They were entrusted with key roles. The machine gun company had 12 Ukrainians, who conducted themselves really well. Their worst problem, apart from lack of food, was the shortage of ammunition. The battle group's 9 field guns were rationed to an average of 1.5 shells per gun per day. Operation Koltso, or Ring, began early on Sunday, the 10th of January. Rokossovsky and Voronov were at the headquarters of 65th Army when the order "Fire" was given over the radio at 6:05 German time. Guns roared, bouncing on their chassis from the recoil. Katyusha rockets screamed into the sky, leaving dense trails of smoke. The 7,000 field guns, launchers and mortars continued for 55 minutes in what Voronov described as an incessant rolling of thunder. Black fountains appeared all over the snow-covered steppe, obliterating the white scene. the bombardment was so intense that Colonel Ignatov, an artillery commander, remarked with grim satisfaction, "There are only two ways to escape from an onslaught of this character, either death or insanity." In an attempt to be nonchalant, General Edler von Daniels described it as a very unpeaceful Sunday in a letter to his wife. The Grenadier Regiment from his division in the front line was in no mood for levity, finding itself extremely vulnerable in its hastily prepared positions. "The enemy munition reserves," wrote their commander, "were so huge that we had never experienced anything like it." The southwestern protuberance of the Kessel, the Marinovka nose, defended by the 44th, 29th Motorized and the 3rd Motorized Infantry Divisions, was strengthened at the last moment by part of the 376th. Every regiment was desperately under strength. The 44th Infantry Division had to be reinforced with artillerymen and even personnel from construction battalions. Several tanks and heavy weapons were allotted to the sector. Just behind the Pioneer Battalion's position were two self-propelled assault guns and an 88mm anti-aircraft gun. But in the bombardment, the Pioneers saw their own battalion headquarters blasted to pieces. "Nobody came out," wrote one of them. "For an hour, 100 guns of various calibers and Stalin organs fired away," wrote a lieutenant in the same division. "The bunker swayed continually under the bombardment. Then the Bolsheviks attacked in terrifying masses. 3 waves of men rolled forward, never flinching. Red banners were borne aloft. Every 50 to 100 yards there was a tank." The Lancers, their fingers so swollen from frostbite that they could hardly fit inside the trigger guard, fired from shallow foxholes at the riflemen advancing across the snowfields with long spiked bayonets fixed. Russian T-34s, some carrying infantry like monkeys on the backs of elephants, lurched across the steppe. The high winds, which cut through clothing, had blasted away the snow, exposing the top of the colourless steppe grass. Mortar shells rebounded off the frozen earth and exploded as airbursts, causing far more casualties. The defences of the 44th Infantry Division were soon smashed, and its survivors, once in the open, were at the mercy of the enemy as well as the elements. During the afternoon, the 29th and 3rd Motorized Infantry Divisions in the main protuberance of the nose started to find themselves outflanked. In the 3rd Motorized Infantry Division, the replacement soldiers were apathetic. "Some of them were so exhausted and sick," wrote an officer, "and thought only of slipping away to the rear at night, that I could only keep them in their positions at pistol point." Other accounts suggest that many summary executions were carried out during this last phase, but no figures are available. Sergeant Major Valrave's scratch company of Panzer Grenadiers, Luftwaffe troops, and Cossacks held out until 10 o'clock on the first night, when they received the order to pull back because the enemy had broken past them. They managed to take up a position north of Karpovka Station, but were soon pushed back again. "From this day on, we had neither warm bunker, nor warm food, nor any peace," wrote Valrave. These weakened divisions, with little ammunition, stood no chance against the mass attacks of the Soviet 21st and 65th Armies, backed by the ground attack aircraft of the 16th Air Army. The Germans had fortified Marinovka and Karpovka on the south side of the nose with pillboxes and gun emplacements. But this was of little use, with the main thrusts coming from the bridge of the nose. German attempts to counterattack with odd groups of their remaining tanks and weakened infantry were doomed. The Russians used heavy mortar fire to separate the infantry from tanks, then obliterated the survivors in the open. The Don Front Political Department hammered home the slogan, "If the enemy does not surrender, he must be destroyed." While the 65th and 21st Armies attacked the Karpovka nose on that first day, the 66th Army attacked the 16th Panzer and the 60th Motorized Infantry Divisions at the northernmost point, where the undulating hills were stained a blackish-yellow colour, burned bare by Soviet trench mortars. The remaining tanks of the 2nd Panzer Regiment once again scored hit after hit on waves of T-34s charging across the open and forced the survivors to withdraw. Meanwhile, on the southern sector, the 64th Army began to bombard the 297th Infantry Division and the 82nd Romanian Regiment attached to it. Soon after the shelling began, Colonel Meder received a call from a divisional staff officer. "Those pigs of Romanians have made a run for it." The furthest battalion had retreated, leaving a hole half a mile wide on the flank of his battle group. The Russians, spotting the opportunity, sent in tanks and pushed a hole deep into the line. The position of the whole division was at risk, but its pioneer battalion, led by Major Goetzelmann in a semi-suicidal counterattack, managed to seal the gap for a time. This partly Austrian division, which had not suffered like those withdrawn across the Don, managed to maintain a robust defence. Over the next 2 days, it continued to fight off the 36th Guards Rifle Division, the 422nd Rifle Division, 2 brigades of Marine Infantry, and part of the 13th Tank Corps. When a soldier with previous convictions tried to desert to the Russians, he was shot down by his own comrades before he reached enemy lines. But within a few days, after intense propaganda attempts, more than 40 others deserted to the enemy. The main Soviet effort was concentrated on the advance from the west. By the end of the second morning, the 11th of January, Marinovka and Karpovka were captured. The victors counted 1,600 German corpses. As soon as the fighting was over, peasant women appeared as if from nowhere and rushed over to the German trenches to search for blankets, either for their own needs or as currency. Erich Weinert, accompanying the advancing troops, saw Russian soldiers throwing the files off the backs of trucks captured at headquarters so that they could use the vehicles themselves. "Karpovka looks like an enormous jumble sale," he wrote. But amid the chaos of abandoned and destroyed military material, he saw the results of the terrible opening bombardment. The dead are lying, grotesquely twisted, their mouths and eyes still wide open with horror, frozen stiff, with their skulls torn open and their bowels hurled out, most of them with bandages on their hands and feet, still soaked with yellow anti-frostbite ointment. The Sixth Army's resistance, when one considers its physical and material weakness, was astonishing. The most telling measure lies in the casualties it inflicted during the first 3 days. The Don front lost 26,000 men and over half its tank force. Soviet commanders made little attempt to reduce casualties. Their men provided easy targets, advancing in extended line. Brown clumps of Russian dead littered the snow-covered steppe. White camouflage suits were reserved mainly for reconnaissance companies and snipers. The anger of Russian soldiers and officers was vented on their German prisoners, skeletal and lice-infected. Some were shot on the spot. Others died when they were marched off in small columns, and Soviet soldiers sprayed them with machine gun fire. In one case, the wounded commander of a Strafe company, forced a captured German officer to kneel before him in the snow, cried out the reasons why he was seeking revenge, then shot him. During the early hours of the 12th of January, the Soviet 65th and 21st Armies reached the west bank of the frozen Rososhka River, thus eliminating the Karpovka nose. Those troops who withdrew, still intending to fight, had to manhandle their anti-tank guns with them. In some cases, Russian prisoners were again used as draft animals and worked to death. It was so cold, and the ground was frozen so hard, General Strecker noted, that instead of digging trenches, our soldiers built up defensive snowbanks and snow bunkers. The Panzer Grenadiers of the 14th Panzer Division resisted bitterly, even though they had virtually no more ammunition out in the open on the frozen steppe. Few members of the Sixth Army felt like celebrating Goering's 50th birthday that day. The shortage of fuel and ammunition was catastrophic. Sixth Army headquarters was not exaggerating in its signal to General Zeitzler the next morning. Munitions coming to an end. When Wallrabe's mixed group, occupying old Russian positions dug the previous summer, faced another major attack the following morning, they could open fire only at the closest range because of the lack of ammunition. The lack of fuel in this retreat made the evacuation of the wounded more difficult than ever. Incapacitated patients who had been piled in trucks which then ground to a halt just froze to death in the open. Those soldiers with blue-black faces who reached Pitomnik airfield were shaken by the scene. The airfield, noted a young officer, was in chaos. Heaps of corpses which men had carried out of the bunkers and tents which housed the wounded and dumped. Russian attacks, bombardments, Junkers transport planes landing. Lightly wounded soldiers and malingerers, appearing like a horde of beggars in rags, tried to rush the aircraft as they landed in an attempt to board. Unloaded cargo was thrown aside or ransacked for food. The weakest in these hordes were trampled underfoot. The Felt Gendarmerie, rapidly losing control of the situation, opened fire on numerous occasions. Many of the badly wounded with legitimate exit passes doubted that they would ever escape from this hell. Sergeant Major Wallrabe, meanwhile, had received a shot in the stomach. This was usually a death sentence in the Kessel, but he saved himself through determination. Two of his corporals carried him back from their position and put him on a truck with other wounded. The driver headed straight for Pitomnik airfield. With only 2 miles left to go, they ran out of fuel. The driver was under orders to destroy the vehicle in such circumstances. He could do nothing for the wounded, who were left to their fate. Wallrabe, despite the intense pain from his wound, knew that he would die unless he made it onto a plane. I had to crawl the rest of the way to the airfield. By then night had fallen. In a huge tent I received some medical help. Bombs from a sudden air raid fell among the hospital tents, destroying a number of them. In the chaos which ensued, Wallrabe managed to get himself onto an outbound U at 3 in the morning. At Pitomnik, a chance coincidence might save a wounded man's life, while hundreds of others were left to die in the snow. Alois Dorner, a gunner with the 44th Infantry Division who had been wounded in the left hand and left thigh by shell splinters, was appalled by the scenes at Pitomnik. Here was the greatest misery that I have seen in my whole life. An endless wailing of wounded and dying men. Most of them had received nothing to eat for days. No more food was given out to the wounded. Supplies were reserved for fighting troops. It is hard to tell how far this was official policy. Senior officers at 6th Army headquarters have strongly denied it, but some subordinate commanders appear to have instituted it on their own authority. Dorner, who had not eaten since the 9th of January, was also expecting to die, when, in the night of the 13th of January, the Austrian pilot of a Heinkel 111 passed by and happened to ask where he came from. "I'm from near Amstetten," he replied. His fellow Austrian called over another member of his crew, and together they carried Dorner to the plane. On the northern flank, 16th Panzer and 60th Motorized Infantry Divisions had been beaten back, leaving a dent in that sector, while in Stalingrad itself, Chuikov's 62nd Army attacked the 100th Jäger and the 350th Infantry Divisions, retaking several blocks. Meanwhile, the main Soviet advance from the west continued through driving snow, crushing in the western side of the Kessel. The 29th Motorized Infantry Division was effectively wiped out. A lack of fuel forced the 3rd Motorized Infantry Division to abandon their vehicles and heavy weapons and retreat on foot through the thick snow. There was little hope of establishing a new defence line on the open steppe, when soldiers did not have the strength to dig in. The Soviet 65th and 21st Armies pushed on towards Pitomnik, assisted by the 57th and 64th Armies' breakthroughs on the southern flank, where the 297th Infantry Division, including Meder's battle group, was forced backwards. Their right-hand neighbour, Hitler von Daniels's 376th Infantry Division was cut off. Early in the afternoon of the 14th of January, 6th Army Headquarters signalled, 376th Infantry Division is destroyed. It is probable that Pitomnik Airfield will only be usable until the 15th of January. News of Soviet tank attacks now caused panzer fright in German ranks. There were hardly any anti-tank guns left with ammunition. Nobody had time to reflect on the way they had despised the Romanians for just such a reaction 2 months before. At this rather late stage in the battle, Hitler decided that the Sixth Army must be given more help to hold out. His motives were almost certainly mixed. He may have been genuinely shocked to find from Captain Bear how little help was getting through, but he must also have wanted to make sure that Paulus had no excuse for surrender. His solution, a characteristic move triggering great activity for little tangible result, was to establish a special staff under Field Marshal Erhard Milch to oversee the air supply operation. One member of Milch's staff described this belated move as Hitler's excuse to be able to say that he had tried everything to save the soldiers in the Kessel. Albert Speer accompanied Milch to the airfield when he was setting off to take up his new role. Milch promised to try to find his brother and have him flown out of the Kessel, but neither Ernst Speer nor even the remains of his unit could be found. They had all disappeared, missing, presumed dead. The only trace Speer recorded was a letter which came out by air, desperate about life, angry about death, and bitter about me, his brother. Milch and his staff reached Taganrog, believing they could achieve a great deal. But, as a senior Luftwaffe transport officer wrote, one look at the actual situation was enough to convince them that nothing more could be done with the inadequate resources available. The morning of the 15th of January, their first day of work, did not mark an encouraging start. Milch received a telephone call from the Führer demanding that the Stalingrad airlift be increased. As if to underline his efforts, Hitler that day awarded Paulus the oak leaves to his Knight's Cross. At lunchtime, Goering rang Milch to forbid him to fly into the Kessel. Fiebig then reported that Pitomnik had fallen to the Russians. In this he was slightly premature, and that the radio beacons in Gumrak had not yet been set up, which meant that transport aircraft should not be dispatched. The remaining Messerschmitt 109s flew out of Pitomnik soon after dawn the next morning, when the advancing Russians were in view. Those which diverted to Gumrak airfield landed to find heavy snow which had not been cleared. At midday, Gumrak also came under artillery bombardment, and the Messerschmitts and Stukas there flew out of the Kessel for the last time on Richthofen's orders. Paulus protested in vain. That day, a battalion of the 295th Infantry Division surrendered en bloc. Voronov's leaflet promising correct treatment of prisoners appears to have had some effect. It was senseless to run away, the battalion commander said during his interrogation by Captain Dyatlenko. I told my men that we would surrender in order to save lives. This captain, who had been an English teacher, added, I feel very bad, because this is the first case of a whole battalion of German troops surrendering. Another battalion commander who surrendered later, this one with the 305th Infantry Division in Stalingrad, spoke of the unbearable conditions in our battalion. I could not help my men, and I avoided meeting them. Everywhere in our regiment I heard soldiers talk of the suffering from cold and hunger. Every day our medical officer received dozens of frostbite casualties. Because the situation was so catastrophic, I considered that surrendering the battalion was the best way out. Pitomnik Airfield and its field hospital were abandoned with great suffering. Those who could not be moved were left behind in the care of a doctor and at least one orderly, the standard practice in a retreat. The rest of the wounded either limped, crawled, or were dragged on sledges along the pitted road of iron-hard ice which led over 8 miles to Gumrak. The few trucks left with any fuel were frequently stormed even when they were already full of wounded. A Luftwaffe captain reported on conditions along the route on the 16th of January, the day Pitomnik fell. Heavy one-way traffic consisting of retreating soldiers who appear like complete down-and-outs. Feet and hands are wrapped in strips of blanket. In the afternoon he recorded a considerable increase in stragglers from various arms who had supposedly lost contact with their units, begging for food and shelter. At times the sky cleared completely, and the sun on the snow was blinding. As evening fell, the shadows became steel blue, yet the sun on the horizon was a tomato red. The condition of almost all soldiers, not just the wounded, was terrible. They limped on frost-bitten feet. Their lips were cracked right open from frost. Their faces had a waxen quality, as if their lives were already slipping away. Exhausted men slumped to the snow and never rose again. Those in need of more clothes stripped corpses of clothing as soon as they could after the moment of death. Once a body froze, it became impossible to undress. Soviet divisions were not far behind. "It is severely cold," Grossman noted as he accompanied the advancing troops. "Snow and the freezing air ice up your nostrils. Your teeth ache." There are frozen Germans, their bodies undamaged, along the road we follow. It wasn't us who killed them. The cold did. They have bad boots and bad coats. Their tunics are thin and look like paper. There are footprints all over the snow. They tell us how the Germans withdrew from the villages along the roads and from the roads into the ravines, throwing their arms away. Erich Weinert, with another unit, observed crows circling, then landing, to peck out the eyes of corpses. At one point, on approaching Pitomnik, Soviet officers started to check their bearings, because far ahead they had sighted what appeared to be a small town on the steppe, yet none was marked on their maps. As they came closer, they saw that it consisted of a huge military junkyard, with shot-up panzers, trucks, wrecked aircraft, motor cars, assault guns, half-tracks, artillery tractors, and almost every other conceivable item of equipment. The greatest satisfaction for Russian soldiers came from seeing abandoned and shot-up aircraft by the airfield at Pitomnik, especially the giant Focke-Wulf Condors. Their advance eastwards towards Stalingrad produced constant jokes about being in the rear of the Russians. During this stage of the retreat, German hopes of SS panzer divisions and air-landed reinforcements finally expired for most men. Officers knew that the Sixth Army was indeed doomed. Several commanders, recorded a doctor, came to us and begged for poison to commit suicide. Doctors were also tempted by the idea of oblivion, but as soon as they considered it carefully, they knew that their duty was to stay with the wounded. Of the 600 doctors with the Sixth Army, none capable of working flew out. Casualty clearing stations at this time were so overcrowded that patients shared beds. Often, when a severely wounded man was carried in by comrades, a doctor would wave them away because he already had too many hopeless cases. Faced with so much suffering, recorded a Luftwaffe sergeant, so many men in torment, so many dead, and convinced that there was no possibility of help, without a word we carried our lieutenant back with us. Nobody knows the names of all those unfortunate men who, huddled together on the ground, bleeding to death, frozen, many missing an arm or a leg, finally died because there was no help. The shortage of plaster of Paris meant that doctors had to bind shattered limbs with paper. Cases of post-operative shock soared, recorded a surgeon. Diphtheria cases also increased greatly. The worst part was the growth of lice on the wounded. On the operating table, we had to scrape lice off uniforms and skin with a spatula and throw them into the fire. We also had to remove them from eyebrows and beards, where they were clustered like grapes. The so-called hospital at Gumrak was even worse than that at Pitomnik, largely because it was swamped by the influx. It was a form of hell, reported a wounded officer who had retreated from the Karpovka nose. The corpses lay in heaps beside the road, where men had fallen and died. Nobody cared any more. There were no bandages. The airfield was under bombardment, and 40 men were packed into a bunker dug for 10, which shook with every explosion. The Catholic chaplain at the hospital was known as the Death King of Gumrak, because he was giving extreme unction to over 200 men a day. Chaplains, after closing the eyes of the dead, used to snap off the bottom half of the identity disc as official proof of death. They soon found their pockets heavy. Doctors nearby also worked in the death ravines, with the wounded lying in the tunnels dug out of the side for horses. For one doctor, the place, with its cemetery just above, was Golgotha. This central dressing station and centre for cranial injuries had to be abandoned, with the most severely wounded left behind. When the Russians arrived a few days later, they machine-gunned most of the bandaged figures. Ranker, a divisional interpreter suffering from a head wound, rose up and yelled at them in Russian. In astonishment, the soldiers stopped shooting and took him to their commissar, who in turn sent him on behind the retreating Germans to demand surrender. If Russian soldiers were in a mood for vengeance, then the frozen corpses of Red Army prisoners in the open camp nearby provided much to fire their anger. The survivors were so badly starved that when their rescuers gave them bread and sausage from their rations, most died immediately. The Kessel would have collapsed far more rapidly if some men had not retained a hard core of belief in the cause for which they were fighting. A Luftwaffe sergeant of the 9th Flak Division wrote home, "I am proud to number myself among the defenders of Stalingrad. Come what may, when it is time for me to die, I will have had the satisfaction of having taken part at the most eastern point of the great defensive battle on the Volga for my homeland, and given my life for our Führer and for the freedom of our nation." Even at this late stage, most fighting units continued to show dogged resistance, and there were examples of outstanding courage. General Yannicke reported that an attack by 28 Russian tanks near Basagino station was halted by Lieutenant Hirschmann, operating an anti-aircraft gun entirely on his own. He destroyed 15 T-34s in this engagement. At this closing stage of the battle, leadership made more difference than ever. Apathy and self-pity were the greatest dangers, both to military order and to personal survival. On the sectors which had not yet been broken, starving men were too exhausted to go outside the bunker to hide their tears from their comrades. "I am thinking about you and our little son," wrote an unknown German soldier in a letter which never reached his wife. "The only thing I have left is to think of you. I am indifferent to everything else. Thinking about you breaks my heart." Out in the fire trenches, men were so cold and weak that their slow, uncoordinated movements made them appear as if they were drugged. Yet a good sergeant would keep a grip on them, making sure that rifles were still cleaned and grenades stocked, ready to hand, in excavated shelves. On the 16th of January, just after the capture of Pitomnik, 6th Army Headquarters sent a signal complaining that the Luftwaffe was only parachuting supplies. Why were no supplies landed tonight at Gumrak? Fiebig replied that landing lights and ground control radios were not working. Paulus seemed to be unaware of the chaos at the airfield. The unloading parties were badly organized and the men too weak to work properly. Completely apathetic was the Luftwaffe's opinion. Discipline had broken down among the lightly wounded, as well as stragglers and deserters drawn to the airfield and its promise of salvation. The Felt Gendarmerie chain dogs were starting to lose control over the mobs of starving soldiers desperate to get away. According to Luftwaffe reports, many were Romanians. By the 17th of January, the 6th Army had been forced back into the eastern half of the Kessel. There was comparatively little fighting over the next 4 days, as Rokossovsky redeployed his armies for the final push. While most German regiments at the front followed orders, disintegration accelerated in the rear. The Chief Quartermaster's Department recorded that the army is no longer in any position to supply its troops. Almost all the horses had been eaten. There was almost no bread left. Frozen solid, it was known as Eisbrot. Yet there were stores full of food held back by overzealous quartermasters, which the Russians captured intact. Some of those in authority, perhaps inevitably, exploited their positions. One doctor later described how one of his superiors, right in front of his eyes, fed his dog with thickly buttered bread when there was not a single gram available to the men in his dressing station. Paulus, convinced that the end was near, had sent a signal on the 16th of January to General Zeitzler recommending that units which were still battle-worthy should be allowed to break out southwards, because to stay in the Kessel meant either imprisonment or death through hunger and cold. Even though no immediate reply was obtained from Zeitzler, preparatory orders were issued. The following evening, the 17th of January, a staff officer with the 371st Infantry Division told Lieutenant Colonel Meder that, on the code word Lion, the whole Kessel would fight its way out on all sides. Regimental commanders were to assemble fighting groups of around 200 of their best men, inform the rest of the line of march, and break out. A number of officers had already started to consider ways to escape Russian captivity, which seemed to us worse than death. Freitag Loringhofen, in the 16th Panzer Division, had the idea of using some of the American jeeps captured from the Russians. His idea was to take Red Army uniforms and some of their very reliable Heavies, who wanted to escape the vengeance of the NKVD, in an attempt to slip through enemy lines. This idea spread to the staff of the division, including its commander, General Angern. Even their corps commander, General Strecker, was briefly tempted when he heard about it. But as an officer with strong traditional values, the idea of leaving his soldiers was out of the question. One group from 11th Corps subsequently made the attempt, and a number of other small detachments, some on skis, broke out to the southwest during the last days of the Kessel. 2 staff officers from 6th Army Headquarters, Colonel Elchlep and Lieutenant Colonel Niemeyer, the Chief of Intelligence, died out in the steppe. Paulus clearly never considered the idea of abandoning his troops. On the 18th of January, when a last post from Germany was distributed in some divisions, he wrote just one line of farewell to his wife, which an officer took out for him. His medals, wedding ring, and signet ring were also taken out, but these objects were apparently seized by the Gestapo later. General Huber received orders to fly out from Gumrak early the next morning in a Focke-Wulf Condor to join Milch's special staff. On the 20th of January, after his arrival, he in turn sent a list of trusted and energetic officers to be sent out to join him. Perhaps, unsurprisingly, the majority were not specialists in supply or air transport, but officers from his own Panzer Corps, especially his old division. Huber no doubt felt justified, since 6th Army Headquarters had stipulated that Panzer specialists were among those entitled to evacuation by air. General Staff-trained officers were also included in the specialist category, but the most curious priority of all was what might best be described as the 6th Army's Noah's Ark. Sergeant Major Philip Westrich from the 100th Jäger Division, a tile layer by trade, was flown out of the Kessel on the 22nd of January 1943 on the orders of 6th Army, which requested one man from each division. Lieutenant Colonel Meder and 2 NCOs were selected from the 297th Infantry Division, and so the list went on, division by division. Hitler, having given up Paulus's 6th Army for dead, was already considering the idea of rebuilding another 6th Army, a phoenix's egg snatched from the ashes. On the 25th of January, the idea became a firm plan. Hitler's chief adjutant, General Schmundt, recorded, "The Führer decreed the reforming of the 6th Army with a strength of 20 divisions." Officer couriers, taking out vital documents, had been selected on compassionate grounds. Prince Donner Schlobitten, who left on the 17th of January, was given the job for 14th Panzer Corps headquarters, not because he was the chief intelligence officer, but because he had the most children of any officer on the staff. Soon afterwards, 6th Army headquarters insisted that officers flown out as specialists should double as couriers. Captain von Freytag-Loringhoven, selected because of his record as the commander of a panzer battalion, was ordered first to collect dispatches and other documents from Army headquarters. There he saw Paulus, who seemed absolutely bent under the responsibility. At Gumrach airfield, after a long wait, he went out to one of 5 Heinkel bombers, escorted by Feldgendarmerie, who had to force back the wounded and sick at the point of their submachine guns. At the moment of leaving the Kessel, he inevitably had mixed feelings. I felt very badly about leaving my comrades. On the other hand, it was a chance to survive. He had tried to get Count Donner, a distant cousin of Prince Donner, out as well, but he had been too sick. Although securely packed into the aircraft with some 10 wounded soldiers, Freytag-Loringhoven could see that they were not out of danger. Their Heinkel remained stationary beside the runway while the other 4 took off. A pump had jammed during refueling. Artillery shells began to fall closer. The pilot threw aside the pump and ran back to the cockpit. They took off, lifting slowly, with a heavy load of wounded, into the low cloud base. At about 6,000 feet, the Heinkel suddenly came up out of the cloud and into wonderful sunshine, and Freytag-Loringhoven was another who felt as if he had been reborn. When they landed at Melitopol, ambulances from the base hospital were waiting for the wounded, and a staff car took Freytag-Loringhoven to Field Marshal Manstein's headquarters. He had no illusions about his appearance. He was in a very bad state. Although a tall, well-built man, his weight had fallen to 120 pounds. His cheeks were cavernous. Like everyone in the Kessel, he had not shaved for many days. His black panzer overalls were dirty and torn, and his field boots were wrapped in rags as a protection against frostbite. Stahlberg, Manstein's ADC, immaculate in his field-grey uniform, was clearly taken aback. Stahlberg looked at me, and I saw him wondering, does he have lice? And I certainly did have lice, and he shook hands very cautiously with me. Stahlberg took him straight in to see Manstein, who gave him a much more friendly welcome. The field marshal immediately got up from his desk and came round to shake hands without any apparent qualms. He took the dispatches and questioned the young captain closely about conditions in the Kessel. Yet Freytag-Loringhoven felt that he was essentially a cold man. Manstein told Freytag-Loringhoven that he would be attached to Field Marshal Milch's special staff, established to improve the airlift. He reported first to Colonel General von Richthofen, who just acknowledged his arrival and said that he was too busy to see him. Field Marshal Milch, on the other hand, an old Nazi whom he had not expected to like, proved much more human. He was horrified by Freytag-Loringhoven's appearance. "My God, look at the state of you." After asking about the conditions in Stalingrad, Milch said, "Now you must have good food." He gave orders that Freytag-Loringhoven should receive special rations of meat, butter, and even honey. The exhausted young panzer commander was then shown to one of the sleeping compartments on the luxury train. It was the first time that I'd seen a bed in 9 months. I did not care about my lice. I threw myself into the white linen and decided to postpone my visit to the delousing station until first thing the next morning. The comfort and the warmth, it was minus 25 degrees outside, was an unbelievable contrast. Those officers coming out to work on Milch's special staff were disorientated at first by their transformation to another world of plenty and possibility. But they still had no clear idea of what could and could not be expected of an airlift. "Is it possible to fly in tanks, one by one?" was one of Huber's questions at his first meeting with Milch. Milch himself like anybody who had not set foot inside the Kessel, still could not grasp how truly terrible conditions were within. On receiving Paulus's signal on the 18th of January that the Sixth Army would be able to hold out for only a few days more because they were virtually out of fuel and ammunition, he told Goering in a telephone conversation, "Those in the fortress appear to have lost their nerve." Manstein was of the same opinion, he added. They both seemed to have instinctively adopted a policy of personal sympathy for individuals at the same time as they distanced themselves from the horrors suffered by the abandoned army. The wider implications of the impending disaster were left to Führer headquarters and the propaganda ministry in Berlin. "The Stalingrad Kessel is approaching the end," Goebbels had declared at his ministerial conference 3 days before. "The German press must prepare appropriate coverage of the victorious outcome of this great battle in Stalin's city, if necessary, with supplements." The victory was, supposedly, one of moral symbolism. Helmut Grosskurt, Strecker's chief of staff and the most active member of the opposition to the regime in the Kessel, was determined that the facts of the disaster be communicated to senior officers to provoke them into action. He arranged a passage out for one of his trusted colleagues, Major Count Alfred von Waldersee. Waldersee was to go straight to army headquarters at the Bendlerstrasse in Berlin to see General Olbricht, a senior member of the opposition, and then the retired General Beck, with the message that only an immediate strike against Hitler could now save the Sixth Army. Beck asked Waldersee to go straight to Paris to see General von Stülpnagel and Field Marshal von Rundstedt. Rundstedt's reply was so depressing that Waldersee lost all hope of achieving anything. Grosskurt sent a last letter to his brother on the 20th of January, the birthday of his daughter Susie, "who will soon have a father no more, like thousands of other children," he wrote. "The torment goes on and will get worse by the hour. We are pushed back into the narrowest area. We will, however, fight on to the last round, as ordered, particularly since we are told that the Russians have been killing all prisoners, which I doubt. People have no idea what's going on here. Not a single promise is kept." Sixth Army headquarters sensed that Milch's staff did not appreciate how bad things were. "There is not a single healthy man left at the front," it reported that day. "Everyone is at least suffering from frostbite. The commander of the 76th Infantry Division, on a visit to the front yesterday, came across many soldiers who had frozen to death." The Soviet offensive began again with renewed force on that morning of the 20th of January. The 65th Army broke through northwest of Gonchara, which was captured that night. Gumrak, only a few miles away, was the main objective. The evacuation of the airfield and nearby headquarters the following evening was chaotic as Katyusha batteries opened up. That night, Milch's staff received a signal from 6th Army headquarters. Gumrak airfield unusable from 22nd of January at 0400 hours. At that time, the new airfield of Stalingradsky will be clear for landing. This was optimistic. The landing strip at Stalingradsky was incapable of taking large aircraft. General Paulus was by then entirely fatalistic and almost certainly suffering from deep depression. A Luftwaffe major just returned from the Kessel reported to Field Marshal Milch that Paulus had told him, "Whatever help arrives from now on will be too late. We have had it. Our men have no strength left." When the major tried to brief him on the general situation to the west facing Army Group Don, he had replied, "Dead men are no longer interested in military history." Because of the lack of fuel, 500 wounded men were left in the field hospital at Gumrak. As dawn rose on the morning of the 22nd of January, Russian infantry could be seen in the distance, advancing in extended line, as if on a hare shoot. As the enemy approached to within rifle range, officers from the 9th Flak Division, who had been responsible for the airfield, packed into the last vehicle, a staff car. 100 yards down the road, they found a soldier from the field hospital, both of whose legs had been amputated, trying to propel himself along on a sled. The Luftwaffe officer stopped and tied his sled to the back of the car as he requested, but it overturned almost as soon as they started again. One lieutenant suggested that he cling on to the front, since there was no room left inside. The wounded man refused to hold them up any longer. They were by then within range of the Russian infantry. "Leave me," he shouted. "I haven't got a chance anyway." The Luftwaffe officers knew that he spoke the truth. Anybody who could not walk at this point was already as good as dead. They drove on, and the crippled soldier sat slumped in the snow by the side of the icy track, waiting for the Russians to arrive and finish him off. He may well have been shot, like many wounded by the wayside. The communist writer, Erich Weinert, attempted to claim that abandoned cripples trying to hobble after their comrades had got in the way of the gunfire of the advancing Red Army. The truth was that the Red Army, like the Wehrmacht, made little provision for enemy wounded. Reports that the 500 left behind in the field hospital at Gumrak, in the care of 2 sick orderlies and a divisional chaplain, were massacred, are, however, inaccurate. The Red Army just left them to fend for themselves on water from snow and horse carcasses. Those who survived were moved to the camp at Beketovka 10 days later. The spectacle of defeat grew more terrible the closer retreating soldiers came to Stalingrad. As far as the eye can see lie soldiers crushed by tanks, helplessly moaning wounded, frozen corpses, vehicles abandoned through lack of fuel, blown-up guns, and miscellaneous equipment. Meat had been hacked from the flanks of a dead horse beside the road. Men dreamed of coming across a parachute container packed with supplies, but they had been either seized on landing or lost in the snowfields. Although the collapse in the centre could not be stemmed, in many sectors German battle groups carried out a dogged fighting retreat. Early in the morning of the 22nd of January, the remnants of the 297th Infantry Division were pushed back from the Voroponovo sector towards the southern outskirts of Stalingrad. Major Bruno Gebele and the survivors of his battalion awaited the next onslaught. Their only artillery support consisted of several mountain howitzers commanded by a sergeant who was told to hold his fire until the Russians were between 200 and 250 yards away. Shortly before 7 o'clock, as the remnants of Gebele's battalion sheltered from artillery fire in their bunkers, a sentry gave the alert. "Herr Major, Sie kommen!" Gebele had time only to yell, "Raus!" His soldiers threw themselves into their fire positions. A mass of snow-suited infantry was charging towards them, baying, "Hurrah! Hurrah! 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 Hurrah!" The first ones were only 40 yards away when the German grenadiers opened fire with light machine guns, rifles, and machine pistols. The Russians suffered terrible losses. The first wave was killed or left lying there, the second also, and then a third wave came. In front of our position, the Soviet dead piled up and served as a sort of sandbag wall for us. The Russians did not abandon the attack. They simply changed its direction and concentrated against the flanking detachments. At 9:30, they broke through the Romanians over to the left. An anti-tank round hit Gebele's second-in-command, who was standing next to him, killing him instantly. Gebele himself then felt a massive blow to his left shoulder. A bullet from the same burst of machine-gun fire had also killed his chief clerk, Feldwebel Schmidt, having gone straight through his steel helmet. The enraged Gebele, resting a carbine on the snow wall in front of him, was able to get off a few shots using his good arm and shoulder. Another wave of Russian infantry came at them. Gebele screamed to his surviving men to open fire again. A staff sergeant tried firing a light mortar, but the range was so short that the headwind made a couple of the bombs fall on their own positions. Eventually, having held out for 7 hours, Gebele saw that a Russian flag had appeared on a water tower to their rear. They had been outflanked. He gathered the last survivors of his battalion and led them back towards the centre of Stalingrad. Inside the city, they were shaken by the scenes of destruction and military collapse. "It was bitterly cold," wrote one of them, "and surrounded by such chaos, it felt as if the world was coming to an end." That 22nd of January, the day after Goebbels had prepared the stage management of the Stalingrad tragedy by calling for total war, Sixth Army received the signal from Hitler which sealed its fate. "Surrender out of the question. Troops fight on to the end. If possible, hold reduced fortress with troops still battle-worthy. Bravery and tenacity of fortress have provided the opportunity to establish a new front and launch counterattacks. Sixth Army has thus fulfilled its historical contribution in the greatest passage in German history." Chapter 22. A German field marshal does not commit suicide with a pair of nail scissors. Whenever Luftwaffe planes flew over, men looked up longingly and continued to stare at the sky well after the tiny dot had disappeared. "With heavy hearts," wrote one soldier, "we gazed after the German aircraft and thought how wonderful it would be to be able to fly away out of this inferno in which we had been abandoned." After the capture of Gumrak airfield early on the morning of the 22nd of January, only a handful of planes had managed to land at the small Stalingradsky landing strip. The air bridge, and thus the last line of escape, had collapsed. Resupply now depended on canisters dropped by parachute, the supply bombs. But despite Sixth Army's requests for red canopies, the Luftwaffe continued to use white. The system of drops became even more hit and miss because few units had any recognition panels left, and 8th Air Corps lost radio contact with 6th Army headquarters on the 24th of January. Huber had a message dropped telling soldiers in the ruins of Stalingrad that on hearing aero engines they should lie down on the snow-covered ground in the form of a cross to signify German soldiers here. When the light or visibility was bad, they fired signal flares into the air to direct aircraft as they approached, but the Russians all around would immediately shoot flares of similar colour into the sky to confuse the pilots. Strong winds also blew many loads across the rapidly changing front lines into enemy hands. Some men were so desperate that they risked trying to retrieve canisters right out in the open. Russian snipers picked them off with ease. In the ruins of Stalingrad, starving German soldiers attempted to ambush Soviet soldiers just to get their bread bag. The fall of Gumrak had meant yet another terrible journey for the wounded, many of whom had already been transferred from Pitomnik, having failed to find a place on an aeroplane there. Exhausted, wounded men dragged themselves to the ruins of the town, one survivor reported, crawling like wild animals on all fours in the hope of finding some sort of help. The conditions in Stalingrad in the makeshift hospitals were even more appalling than at Gumrak, with around 20,000 wounded packed into cellars under the ruins of the city, to say nothing of the sick, which may well have brought the total to 40,000. Some 600 badly wounded men filled the cellars of the Stalingrad theatre, with no light and no sanitation. Moans, calls for help, and prayers, wrote a doctor from the 60th Motorized Infantry Division, were mixed with the thunder of the bombardment. A paralyzing smell of smoke, blood, and the stench of wounds filled the room. There were no more bandages, no medicine, and no clean water. A number of doctors from front-line units received orders to help out in the network of tunnels in the Saritsa ravine. This complex, like galleries in a mine, now contained over 3,000 seriously wounded or seriously ill soldiers. Dr. Hermann Achleitner, on arriving for duty, was reminded immediately of the phrase, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." The piles of frozen corpses outside shocked him deeply. Inside, the image of hell was increased by improvised oil lamps as the only source of light. The fetid, deoxygenated air was disgusting to breathe. He was greeted by pitiful cries of, "Give us something to eat!" The patients received only one thin slice of stale bread per day. The doctors turned this into a sort of soup, which was hot and made it go a little further. The lack of bandages was serious for the cases of severe frostbite. Often, he noted, toes and fingers stayed behind in the filthy old bandages when we changed them. Delousing was impossible. Medical orderlies, changing bandages, found a grey mass of lice crawling onto their own wrists and arms from the patient. When a man died, the lice could be seen leaving his body en masse in search of living flesh. The doctors did what they could to isolate cases of typhus as soon as it was diagnosed, but they knew that it would not be long before they had an epidemic on their hands. A young German soldier, surveying the misery around, was heard to murmur, "They must never know at home what is happening here." The retreat from the steppe, as the Kessel was crushed by Rokossovsky's armies, brought the number of Germans crowded into the ruined city to over 100,000 men. Many, if not most of them, were suffering from dysentery, jaundice, and other sicknesses, their faces tinged a greenish yellow. The reactions of Stalingrad citizens were not always hostile, as wounded men from the 297th Infantry Division discovered. 2 Stalingrad women rubbed my frozen legs for an hour to prevent the effects of severe frostbite, wrote an officer. Again and again they looked at me with compassion and said, "So young, and yet he must already be dying." The same group of soldiers, to their astonishment, found several Russian women in a partly wrecked house. They had just baked some bread and agreed to exchange a loaf for a hunk of frozen horsemeat. Regiments and divisions were utterly meaningless. The 14th Panzer Division had fewer than 80 men still able to fight. Hardly a single tank or heavy weapon with ammunition remained. In such a hopeless situation, discipline was starting to break down. Resistance continued largely through fear of Russian revenge following Paulus's rejection of surrender. Unthreatened by anti-tank guns, Soviet T-34s crushed German weapon pits and gunners alike under their tracks. Bunkers and fortified buildings were destroyed with a field gun wheeled up to almost point-blank range. German soldiers now suffered a terrible sense of powerlessness, unable to do anything for their wounded comrades or even for themselves. Their own merciless advances of the previous summer seemed to belong to an entirely different world. On the 25th of January, Paulus and Colonel Wilhelm Adam, one of his senior staff officers, received light head wounds from a bomb explosion. General Moritz von Dreber surrendered with part of the 297th Infantry Division 3 miles southwest of the mouth of the Tsaritsa. The Soviet colonel who came to take his surrender is said to have demanded, "Where are your regiments?" Moritz von Dreber, according to this version broadcast 2 days later on Soviet radio by the novelist Theodor Plivier, another German communist of the Moscow emigration, glanced around at the remaining handful of men broken by exhaustion and frostbite, and replied, "Do I really have to explain to you, Colonel, where my regiments are?" The chief medical officer of the Sixth Army, General Renoldi, was one of the first generals to give himself up. Red Army intelligence first heard as a result of his interrogation that Paulus was in a state of collapse. Some generals, however, took an active role. Huber's replacement, General Schlömer, was shot in the thigh, and General von Hartmann of the 71st Infantry Division was killed by a bullet through the head. General Stempel, the commander of the 371st Infantry Division, shot himself, as did a number of other officers, as the enemy seized the south of Stalingrad up to the Tsaritsa River. On the 26th of January, at dawn, tanks of the 21st Army met up with Rodimtsev's 13 Guards Rifle Division north of the Mamaev Kurgan near the Red October workers' settlements. The scenes were predictably emotional, especially for Tchaikov's 62nd Army, which had been fighting on its own for almost 5 months. The eyes of the hardened soldiers who met were filled with tears of joy, wrote Tchaikovsky. Bottles were passed back and forth in fierce celebration. The Stalingrad Kessel was split in two, with Paulus and most of the senior officers bottled up in the smaller southern pocket, and General Strecker's 11th Corps in the northern part of the city round the Stalingrad tractor factory. His only link with the outside world was the 24th Panzer Division's radio set. Over the next 2 days, German and Romanian stragglers, the wounded and shell-shocked, as well as still active combat groups, all withdrew into the ever-diminishing southern pocket, where Paulus and Schmidt had set up new headquarters under the Univermag department store on Red Square. The last symbol of German occupation was the swastika banner hanging from a makeshift flagpole fastened to the balcony above the main entrance. The remains of Colonel Rosker's 194th Grenadier Regiment provided its defending force. Rosker was promoted to general as the new commander of the extinct 71st Infantry Division. The increasing number of senior officers who were surrendering meant that Don Frant's 7th Department, responsible for operational propaganda, was busier than ever. So many prisoners had been brought in for interrogation since the offensive started that it had been hard to select the more interesting ones. Captain Dyatlenko received a signal ordering him to return immediately to Don Frant headquarters. Another captured German general had already been brought in for interrogation. Dyatlenko knew it was worth spending time on this new arrival, General Edler von Daniels. The search through the mailbags of the crashed transport aeroplane at the beginning of the month had produced the letters in the form of a diary which Daniels had written to his wife. Daniels, like most newly captured prisoners, was in a vulnerable state. As an experienced interrogator, Dyatlenko knew that the best tactic was the least expected one. He questioned his prisoner obliquely about his Kessel baby, then took him off balance by suddenly producing the letters and papers which Daniels thought were safely back in Germany. "Herr General," Dyatlenko records having said to him, "please have your papers back. This is your property, and you can put it in your family archive when you return home after the war." Apparently Daniels was overcome with gratitude. He accepted tea and biscuits and Russian cigarettes, and then answered our questions. Dyatlenko kept at him until evening. After a break for dinner, he carried on until midnight. On many occasions, such a refined approach was not necessary. The psychological confusion and the anger of defeat produced docility, if not cooperation, from officers who felt both personally betrayed and also guilty towards their own men for having assured them of the Führer's promises of salvation. During interrogation, they often made a point of uttering derogatory remarks against Hitler and the regime. They called Goebbels the lame duck, and bitterly regretted that the overweight Goering had not undergone a Stalingrad diet. But it certainly appeared to their Russian captors that these generals had recognized the real character of their Führer only when they experienced the treacherous way in which he had behaved towards them and the Sixth Army. Few of them had described him or his policies as criminal when they were advancing deep into Russia, and atrocities were being committed so close behind their front lines that they must have been aware of them, if not, in some cases, directly responsible. From these interviews with captured officers, Don Front headquarters formed the firm impression that Paulus was under great strain, playing a role that had been forced on him. They were increasingly convinced that Paulus was virtually a prisoner in his own headquarters, guarded by his chief of staff. Dyatlenko had no doubt that Schmidt was the eyes and hand of the Nazi party in the Sixth Army, because captured officers reported that Schmidt was commanding the army and even Paulus himself. Colonel Adam, when interrogated later by Dyatlenko, told him that Schmidt had been the one who gave the order for the truce envoys to be sent back. Dyatlenko did not reveal that he had been one of them. The senior officers at Sixth Army headquarters had apparently been well aware of the contents of the oilskin pouch. On that morning of the 9th of January, when Dyatlenko and Smyslov waited in the bunker, They had read during breakfast the leaflets dropped by Russian planes with the text of the ultimatum. That same morning, General Huber had flown back into the Kessel from his visit to Hitler. He had brought the order that there was to be no surrender. According to Adam, this had strengthened General Schmidt's intransigent position at 6th Army headquarters. On the 29th of January, the eve of the 10th anniversary of Hitler's accession to power, 6th Army headquarters sent a signal of congratulation from its ruined cellar. To the Führer. The 6th Army greet their Führer on the anniversary of your taking power. The swastika flag still flies over Stalingrad. May our struggle be an example to present and future generations never to surrender in hopeless situations, so that Germany will be victorious in the end. Heil, mein Führer. Paulus. This signal, grotesque in the circumstances, seems more likely to have been drafted and sent by General Schmidt. The words certainly had his ring to them. Paulus at that stage was ill from dysentery, shaken by events and demoralized, so it is not hard to imagine him just giving a nod of approval when shown the message form. Groscourt, for example, had reported in a letter not long before, Paulus is in a state of physical and moral disintegration. On the 30th of January, the anniversary itself, Goering made a broadcast from the Air Ministry, comparing the 6th Army to the Spartans at Thermopylae. This speech was not well received in Stalingrad, where it was listened to on radios. The fact that it was Goering, of all people, who was delivering our own funeral speech heaped insult upon injury. Gottfried von Bismarck described the effect as macabre. In the theatre cellars in Stalingrad, which were packed with wounded, Goering's voice was instantly recognized. "Turn it up," somebody shouted. "Switch it off," yelled others, cursing him. The broadcast finished with Bruckner's Fifth Symphony. Some officers joked bitterly that the suicide of the Jews on the top of Masada might have been a more appropriate comparison than Thermopylae. They did not realize quite how accurate they were. Hitler was indeed counting on a mass suicide, above all of senior officers. Hitler's own speech was delivered by Goebbels later on that anniversary day, having been delayed by RAF bombers. It rang with bitter defiance, but the streak of self-justification was too raw to be hidden. He devoted only a single sentence to Stalingrad, the disaster which cast such a shadow over the regime's day of celebration. The heroic struggle of our soldiers on the Volga should be an exhortation to everyone to do his maximum in the struggle for Germany's freedom and our nation's future, and, in a wider sense, for the preservation of the whole of Europe. It was the first admission that from then on the Wehrmacht would be fighting to stave off defeat. The next day, Hitler, as if to offset any sense of disaster, created no fewer than 4 new field marshals, including Paulus. It was the largest group of senior promotions since the victory over France. When the signal came through announcing his promotion to General Field Marshal, Paulus guessed immediately that he had been presented with a cup of hemlock. He exclaimed to General Pfeffer at his last generals' conference, "I have no intention of shooting myself for this Bohemian corporal." Another general told his NKVD interrogator that Paulus had said, "It looks like an invitation to commit suicide, but I will not do this favour for him." Paulus instinctively disapproved of suicide. When he heard that some of his men were choosing a soldier's suicide, standing on top of their trench works waiting to be shot down by the enemy, he gave orders to forbid the practice. Hitler was not, of course, concerned with saving lives. He was interested only in creating potent myths. He clearly hoped that senior army officers would follow the example of Admiral Lütjens on the Bismarck, a fantasy no doubt encouraged by news of the deaths of Generals von Hartmann and Stempel. The reduction of the southern pocket continued rapidly. By the 30th of January, Soviet troops had penetrated right to the very centre of the city. In the cellars, where the main mass of Germans sheltered from the cold and the artillery fire, there was a mood of despair and dread anticipation. In the old NKVD headquarters, the winter sky was visible through the smashed dome. The stone floor was covered with rubble and fallen masonry, and the cage-like structure of stairs and railings was twisted. A Red Cross flag outside the entrance enraged a German infantry officer who saw it as a signal of surrender. He went down to the cellar, where the doctors continued to operate in the light of a field hospital gas lamp while they waited for the Russians to arrive. Gaunt and wild-eyed, the officer threatened them with his submachine gun. "What's going on here? There'll be no surrender. The war goes on." Many men were unbalanced by battle stress or hallucinations due to severe malnutrition. The cellars were filled with men raving in delirium. Dr. Markstein, a Danziger, just shrugged. "This is a dressing station," he said. The deranged warrior did not shoot them. He disappeared ghost-like back into the gloom without another word. When General von Seydlitz, in the same building, released his divisional commanders on the 25th of January to decide for themselves whether or not to surrender, Paulus relieved him of his command. He placed all of Seydlitz's divisions under General Walter Heitz, the commander of 8th Corps. Heitz then issued an order that anyone who attempted to surrender should be fired upon. When Seydlitz and over a dozen other officers surrendered, they included Generals Pfeffer, Korfes, and Zahner. Bursts of machine gun fire were aimed at them from German lines as the Russians led them away. Seydlitz claimed later that 2 German officers were mortally wounded as a result of Heitz's apocalyptic order. General Heitz, however, having given the order, "We fight to the last bullet but one," does not appear to have included himself and his headquarters in this rhetorical flourish. An officer under his command remarked that his staff, almost certainly with his knowledge, had already prepared white flags. Colonel Rosenfeld, the Luftwaffe commander of the 104th Flak Regiment, adopted the rhetoric expected by the regime. "The swastika flag flies above our heads," he signalled on the evening of the 30th of January. "The order of our Supreme Commander-in-Chief will be followed to the last. Long live the Führer." That night, 6th Army Headquarters sent a signal, warning that individual commanders were surrendering because their troops had no more ammunition, but also adopted similar flourishes to those of Rosenfeld, claiming that they were listening to the national anthem for the last time with arms raised in the German salute. Again, this sounds more like Schmidt's style than that of Paulus. Whatever the truth, few soldiers had either the wish or the energy to share such emotions. "During that night of the 30th of January," recorded a sergeant, "each man was preoccupied with his own thoughts, with gnawing uncertainty, with painful wounds and frostbite, with thoughts of home, and with our fate. Officers especially expected execution. Many removed their badges of rank." In the middle of that same night, General Voronov, in his Izba at non-front headquarters, awoke in a panic from a restless sleep. The idea had suddenly come to him that Paulus might escape on an aircraft landing on the ice of the Volga. Stalin's reaction to the loss of such a prize was evidently not hard to imagine. He jumped out of bed at once and telephoned to give orders for guns along the east bank at Stalingrad to be trained on the ice as a precaution. By early next morning, the 31st of January 1943, Shumilov's 64th Army had secured virtually all of the centre of Stalingrad. Ruined buildings and cellars had been cleared with grenade and flamethrower. Red Square was subjected to an intense mortar and artillery bombardment before Russian soldiers moved in on the Univermag department store. Rosker's remaining grenadiers above Paulus's headquarters in the basement finally laid down their weapons. At 7:35 a.m., Captain Beer on Milk's staff received the signal, "Russians at the entrance. We are preparing to surrender." 10 minutes later, as Senior Lieutenant Fyodor Ilchenko went down into the packed and stinking basement, came the signal, "We are surrendering." Beer then passed on the message to Manstein's headquarters at Army Group Don. Back in Germany, the official communique announced, "In Stalingrad, the situation is unchanged. the defender's spirit is unbroken. Staff officers from General Shumilov's headquarters arrived to discuss surrender terms with General Schmidt in the basement. Paulus remained in an adjoining room, while Adam kept him informed of every step. Whether this was a ploy to allow Paulus to distance himself from the surrender, or a further example of Schmidt handling events because Paulus was in a state of virtual collapse, is not clear. Finally, 2 hours after Lieutenant Ilchenko's appearance, General Laskin arrived to take Paulus's formal surrender before he, Schmidt, and Adam were taken to Shumilov's headquarters by staff car, as General Roska had apparently insisted. Like their men, the 3 men who emerged into the sunlight had incipient beards, even if their faces were not quite as cadaverous as those of their soldiers. Colonel Adam, Vasily Grossman noted, had the flaps of his Ushanka fur hat down, like the ears of a pedigree dog just out of the water. Newsreel cameramen were waiting to record the event. Those still in the cellars of the city centre waited until Red Army soldiers appeared. Waving the barrels of their submachine guns, they ordered the Germans to throw their weapons in a corner and file out. The defeated made ready for captivity by wrapping the rags from torn-up uniforms round their boots. Some German soldiers called out, "Hitler kaputt," as a signal of surrender. Russian soldiers might reply, "Kameraden, Krieg kaputt," "Paulus, kapituliert," but mostly they shouted, "Faschist," or "Fritz, komm, komm." When Soviet troops entered the theatre cellars, they gave the order, "Whoever's capable of walking, get outside to be marched to a prison camp." Those who set off assumed that the wounded left behind would be looked after. They discovered only later that the Red Army operated on the principle that those prisoners who could not march were finished off where they lay. In 1 or 2 cases, rage and despair produced an explosive mixture. In the NKVD building, every German expected to be shot in reprisal after an officer who had concealed his pistol suddenly shot a Russian major at point-blank range, then turned the gun on himself. Somehow, the moment of anger among the Russian troops passed, and the prisoners were spared. The surrender at Stalingrad produced a volatility in which the fate of a German was utterly unpredictable. Soviet soldiers, whether deliberately or by accident, set fire to the improvised hospital full of wounded in the Pioneer Barracks by the airfield. 2 Luftwaffe flak officers, who had been escorted to an upstairs room by Russian soldiers in the belief that the red patches on their collars signified high rank, escaped by jumping out of a shattered window. They landed by the latrine, and when soldiers appeared ready to shoot them, the younger lieutenant saved both their lives by quick thinking and acute psychology. He told his companion to pull down his trousers. The Russians laughed and spared them. They could not shoot men with their trousers down. The NKVD special department groups were searching for heavies and also for fascist dogs, by which they meant SS, Gestapo, panzer troops, and Feldgendarmerie. A number of German soldiers, wrongly identified as SS, who laughed at the suggestion, were pushed to one side and executed with submachine guns. Apparently, Red Army soldiers from a Siberian division turned away in disgust from the spectacle. The same account, based on the interrogation 6 months later of a woman Soviet intelligence officer by the secret field police, records the execution of a group of 23 heavies. The NKVD's search for heavies was relentless. Any man not in full German uniform risked being shot on the spot, as one battalion commander from the 297th Infantry Division discovered. Soviet soldiers suddenly stopped us, and because of my lack of uniform and cap, wanted to shoot me as a heavy. Only a doctor's knowledge of Russian saved me. A considerable number of heavies proved loyal to the Germans right to the end. In the ruins of Stalingrad, just before the surrender, some soldiers from the 305th Infantry Division were starving. The heavies with them disappeared, and they thought they'd seen the last of them. But the Russians returned with food for them. Where they had found it, they would not say. The loyalty of these Russians was not always reciprocated, however. Shortly before the surrender, one officer was asked by his warrant officer, "What shall we do with our 8 heavies? Should I shoot them?" The lieutenant, taken aback at such cold-bloodedness, rejected the idea. He told the heavies to hide or slip out as best they could. They were on their own. The fate of the heavies rounded up at the end of the Battle of Stalingrad is still unclear, partly because the files of the 10th NKVD Division remain firmly closed. There is no way of knowing how many had died during 10 weeks of encirclement and the last 3 weeks of intense fighting. Some were shot on capture. A handful were used as interpreters and informers, then almost certainly killed later, but most were marched off by the NKVD. Even members of Red Army intelligence did not know what happened to them afterwards. They may well have been massacred. There were accounts later of captured heavies being beaten to death rather than shot to save ammunition. But in the early part of 1943, the Soviet regime wanted to increase its force of slave labour, especially when it was transferring Gulag prisoners to Straf companies. A solution of working heavies to death certainly offered a more vicious revenge, since it would have protracted their suffering. On the other hand, both Stalin and Beria were so obsessed with treason that only instant death might have satisfied them. During the last few days of the battle, the Soviet military authorities were increasingly anxious to prevent small groups escaping their net. 3 German officers in Red Army uniform, led by a lieutenant colonel, were captured on the 27th of January. A Russian lieutenant from a tank regiment cornered another 2 officers and was wounded when they fired at him. Of the 9 or 10 groups of Germans estimated to have broken out of the ring, none of them appear to have escaped. But by then, Army Group Don had been forced back beyond the River Donets, over 200 miles from the Kessel. There is, however, an unconfirmed and unconvincing story of a soldier who did make it, but was killed next day when a bomb hit the field hospital in which he was being treated for exhaustion and frostbite. Others are said to have tried to escape southwards, out into the steppe, and seek shelter with the Kalmyks, who had been friendly. But the Kalmyks themselves, like numerous other peoples from the southern regions of the Soviet Union, soon attracted the revenge of Beria's NKVD. Russian soldiers from frontline units, especially Guards divisions, are said to have been more correct in their treatment of the vanquished than second-line units. But some drunken soldiers, celebrating victory, shot prisoners despite orders to the contrary. Even members of elite formations rapidly stripped their captives of watches, rings and cameras, as well as the Wehrmacht's highly prized mess tins in aluminium. Many of these items would then be bartered for vodka. In some cases, a decent pair of jackboots would be seized off a prisoner, who would be thrown the Russians' decrepit cast-offs in return. One doctor lost his prized copy of Faust, a small leather-bound edition printed on onion paper, which a Russian soldier wanted for rolling Makovka cigarettes. Blankets were also snatched off backs, sometimes just for the satisfaction of revenge, because the Germans had taken the warm clothes of so many Russian civilians. As the gaunt prisoners stumbled out of cellars and bunkers, their hands held high in surrender, their eyes searched for a piece of wood that could serve as a crutch. Many were suffering from such bad frostbite that they could hardly walk. Almost everyone had lost toenails, if not toes. Soviet officers observed that the Romanian soldiers were in an even worse state than the Germans. Apparently their rations had been cut off earlier in an attempt to maintain German strength. The prisoners kept their eyes down, not daring to look at their guards or the ring of emaciated civilians who had emerged from the ruins in such astonishing numbers. All around, odd shots broke the silence of the former battlefield. Those in bunkers sounded muffled. Nobody knew whether each report signified the end of a soldier found hiding, of one who had offered resistance in some way, or of a severely wounded soldier receiving the coup de grace. These defeated remnants of the Sixth Army, without weapons or helmets, wearing woolen caps pulled down, or even just rags wrapped round their heads against the hard frost, shivering in their inadequate greatcoats fastened with signal cable as a belt, were herded into long columns of march. A group of survivors from the 297th Infantry Division was confronted by a Russian officer who pointed at the ruins around and yelled at them, "That's how Berlin is going to look." Field Marshal Paulus, accompanied by Lieutenant Lev Besiminsky of Red Army Intelligence, was driven from 64th Army Headquarters in his own staff car to Don Front Headquarters outside Zavarikino, some 50 miles from Stalingrad. Schmidt and Adam had followed under escort in another car. They were shown to their quarters, another 5-walled isba. A permanent guard detachment under Lieutenant C.M. Bogomolov awaited them. The other Stalingrad generals were brought to another isba close by, where they were watched by Lieutenant Spektor and a platoon of men. Bogomolov and his men, keenly conscious of the historic moment, eyed their charges with fascination. The tall Paulus had to duck low on entering. Following Adam's example, he had abandoned his dress cap for an Ushanka fur hat. He still wore the uniform of a colonel-general. Paulus was followed by General Schmidt and Colonel Adam, who impressed the guards by his rather good command of Russian. Paulus's soldier driver came last, carrying their heavy suitcases. The Mercedes staff car was promptly appropriated by General W.I. Kazakov, the front artillery commander. Paulus and Schmidt occupied the inner room of the isba, while Colonel Adam and the escort were quartered in the outer room. They were joined by 2 NKVD agents sent from Moscow by Beria. Late in the evening, General Malinin, the front chief of staff, and Colonel Yakimovich, a senior staff officer, arrived. Besiminsky, acting as interpreter, informed Paulus and Schmidt that their task was to search their luggage for forbidden articles, which included all sharp metal objects. Schmidt exploded. "A German field marshal," he yelled, "does not commit suicide with a pair of nail scissors." Paulus, who was exhausted, signalled to him with a wave of the hand not to bother, and handed over his shaving kit. Shortly before midnight, Paulus was told that the Red Army commanders were now assembled and waiting to interview him. Lieutenant Yevgeny Tarabrin, the German-speaking NKVD officer sent to escort him everywhere, heard Paulus whisper to Schmidt as he helped him into his overcoat. "What should I say?" "Remember, you are a General Field Marshal of the German Army," Schmidt is said to have hissed back. More surprising, and most significant to the ears of Red Army intelligence, the Russian officer reported that Schmidt used the du, intimate form of address to his superior. Only half an hour before the meeting began, Captain Dyatlenko of the NKVD received orders to report to the isba used by Marshal Voronov, who had just been promoted by Stalin. "So, Captain," Voronov greeted him affably, "you no doubt remember the time the old man didn't want to receive you. Well, now he's visiting us himself, and you're going to receive him." Voronov was sitting at the table with General Rokossovsky, the front commander, and General K.F. Telegin, the front commissar. A photographer appeared wearing a fur-lined flying jacket. To Dyatlenko's astonishment, he treated Voronov with relaxed familiarity. It transpired that this was the famous documentary filmmaker Roman Carmen, who had become friendly with Voronov during the Spanish Civil War. Carmen lined up the chair destined for Paulus to get the right shot through the door from Voronov's bedroom. He knew that the result was to be used to tell the world of the Soviet Union's great victory. Carmen's photograph was doctored in Moscow. General Telegin was removed from the print because Stalin considered him insufficiently important for such a historic occasion. Even Dyatlenko's promotion to major was accelerated for the release of the photograph. This incident developed into one of those grotesque farces of the Stalinist era. When the photograph appeared across the front of Pravda with his face removed, Telegin was terrified that someone had denounced him for a chance remark. Nothing happened, however, so he thought he was safe. But then, in 1948, He was suddenly arrested on the orders of Abakumov, the head of Shmersh, for no apparent reason. The atmosphere was tense in Voronov's Isba when their guest arrived. The tall, thin, stooping Paulus presented a grey figure with his mouse-coloured uniform and face ashen from nervous strain. His hair was turning to pepper and salt, and even the growth of his beard was black and white. Only when Paulus approached the table did Voronov indicate the empty chair. "Sit down, please," he said in Russian. Dyatlenko jumped to his feet and interpreted. Paulus made a half-bow and sat down. Dyatlenko then introduced the two Soviet commanders. The representative of the Stavka, Marshal of Artillery Voronov, commander of the Don Front, Colonel General Rokossovsky. Paulus jerked to his feet and made half-bows in each man's direction. Voronov began to speak, pausing every few moments for Dyatlenko to translate. "Herr Colonel General, it is rather late and you must be tired. We have also been working a lot during the last few days. This is why we will now discuss just one problem, which is urgent." "Excuse me," Paulus broke in, taking Dyatlenko off balance. "But I am not a Colonel General. The day before yesterday, my headquarters received a signal saying that I had been promoted to General Field Marshal. It is also written in my military identity papers." He touched the breast pocket of his tunic. "It was not possible, however, to change my uniform in the circumstances." Voronov and Rokossovsky exchanged glances of ironical amusement. General Shumilov had already informed Don Front headquarters of Paulus's last-minute promotion. "So, Herr General Field Marshal," Voronov resumed, "we are asking you to sign an order addressed to the part of your army which still resists, telling them to surrender to prevent the useless loss of life." "It would be unworthy of a soldier," Paulus burst out before Dyatlenko had finished his translation. "Is it possible to say," asked Voronov, "that to save the lives of your subordinates is behaviour unworthy of a soldier when the commander himself has surrendered?" "I didn't surrender. I was taken by surprise." This naive reply did not impress the Russian officers, who were well aware of the circumstances of the surrender. "We are talking of a humanitarian act," Voronov continued. "It will take us only a couple of days, or even just a few hours, to destroy the rest of your troops who continue to fight on. Resistance is useless. It will only cause the unnecessary deaths of thousands of soldiers. Your duty as an army commander is to save their lives, and this is even more the case because you yourself saved your life by surrendering." Paulus, who had been playing nervously with the packet of cigarettes and ashtray laid on the table for his use, shirked the question by sticking to formulae. "Even if I did sign such an order, they won't obey. If I have surrendered, I automatically cease to be their commander." "But a few hours ago you were their commander." "Since my troops were split into two groups," Paulus persisted, "I was commander of the other pocket only in theory. Orders came separately from Führer headquarters, and each group was commanded by a different general." The argument went round and round in circles. Paulus's nervous tic was even more pronounced, and Voronov, too, knowing that Stalin was waiting in the Kremlin to hear the result, began to show the strain. His upper lip twitched, the legacy of a car crash in Belorussia. Paulus, in his blocking tactics, even claimed that if he did sign the paper, it would be regarded as a forgery. Voronov replied that in that case they would have one of his own generals brought over to witness the signature, and he would be sent into the North Castle with the paper to guarantee its authenticity. But Paulus, however lame his arguments sounded, stuck to his refusal to sign. Voronov finally had to accept that any further attempt to persuade him was useless. "I must inform you, Herr General Field Marshal," Dyatlenko translated, "that by your refusal to save the lives of your subordinates, you are taking on a heavy responsibility for the German people and the future of Germany." Paulus stared at the wall, depressed and silent. In this tormented pose, only the tick in his face indicated his thoughts. Voronov then brought the interview to a close by asking Paulus if his lodging was satisfactory and whether he needed a special diet because of his illness. "The only thing I would like to request," Paulus replied, "is to feed the many prisoners of war and to give them medical attention." Voronov explained that the situation at the front made it difficult to receive and cope with such a mass of prisoners, but that they would do all they could. Paulus thanked him, stood up, and gave another half-bow. Hitler heard the news at the heavily guarded Wolfschanze deep in the East Prussian forest, a place once described by General Jodl as a cross between a monastery and a concentration camp. He did not bang the table this time. He stared silently into his soup. His voice and anger returned the next day. Field Marshal Keitel and Generals Jeschelnik, Jodl, and Zeitzler were all summoned to the Führer's midday conference. "They have surrendered there formally and absolutely," said Hitler in angry disbelief. "Otherwise they would have closed ranks, formed a hedgehog, and shot themselves with their last bullet. When you consider that a woman has the pride to leave, to lock herself in, and to shoot herself right away just because she has heard a few insulting remarks, then I can't have any respect for a soldier who is afraid of that and prefers to go into captivity." "I can't understand it either," replied Zeitzler, whose performance on this occasion makes one wonder about his assurances to Manstein and others that he had done everything to convince the Führer of the true situation regarding the Sixth Army. "I'm still of the opinion that it might not be true. Perhaps he is lying there badly wounded." Hitler kept coming back again and again to Paulus's failure to commit suicide. Clearly, it had entirely sullied the myth of Stalingrad in his imagination. "This hurts me so much, because the heroism of so many soldiers is nullified by one single, characterless weakling. What is life? Life is the nation. The individual must die anyway. What hurts me most personally is that I still promoted him to Field Marshal. I wanted to give him this final satisfaction. He could have freed himself from all sorrow and ascended into eternity and national immortality. But he prefers to go to Moscow." The northern pocket, with the remnants of 6 divisions under General Strecker, still held out. Strecker, with the headquarters of 11th Corps in the Stalingrad tractor plant, signalled, "Troops are fighting without heavy weapons or supplies. Men collapsing from exhaustion. Freezing to death, still holding weapons. Strecker." His message was robust, but he conspicuously avoided Nazi clichés. Hitler, who received the signal after the meeting with Zeitzler, replied late in the afternoon, "I expect the North Kessel to hold out to the last." To emphasize the point still further, he issued a Führer directive a short time later. 11th Army Corps must resist to the last, to tie down as much enemy strength as possible to facilitate operations on other fronts. The 4 Soviet armies had redeployed rapidly to crush the last pocket. With a concentration of 300 field guns to just over half a mile, the factory district was smashed once again. Any surviving bunkers were destroyed at point-blank range, some with field guns, some with flamethrowers, sometimes with tanks driving right up and sticking their barrel into an embrasure. Strecker believed that, purely to help Manstein, there was a military purpose served by fighting on, but he utterly rejected any idea of self-destruction for propaganda purposes. In his mind, there was no doubt where the duties of an officer lay, as a conversation with a regimental adjutant shortly before the end showed. "When the time comes," the adjutant assured him, "we will commit suicide." "Suicide?" exclaimed Strecker. "Yes, Herr General. My colonel will also shoot himself. He believes we should not allow ourselves to be captured." "Well, let me tell you something. You will not shoot yourself, nor will your colonel shoot himself. You will go into captivity along with your men and will do everything you can to set a good example." "You mean—" The young officer's eyes lit up. "I don't have to shoot myself." Strecker spent most of the night of the 1st of February at the regimental headquarters of an old friend, Colonel Julius Müller. A single candle burned in one corner of the bunker as the small group present talked about the recent fighting, past friends, and the imprisonment ahead. "No one mentions all the suffering," Strecker noted. "No one speaks bitterly." In the early hours of the morning, Strecker stood up. "Müller, I have to go," he said. "May you and your men go with God." Strecker was greatly taken with Thomas Carlyle's description of God as the true field marshal. No doubt his vision of heaven was a place of perfect military order. "We will do our duty, Herr General," Müller replied, as the two men shook hands. Strecker had already rejected the requests of his divisional commanders to surrender. But at 4 in the morning of the 2nd of February, Generals von Lenski and Latman asked Strecker once more for permission. Strecker refused again. Lenski then said that one of his officers had already left to negotiate terms with the Russians. Strecker saw no point in continuing. He and Grosskurt drafted their final signal. 11th Army Corps has, with its 6 divisions, performed its duty down to the last man in heavy fighting. Long live Germany. It was received by Army Group Don. Strecker asserted later that he and Grosskurt had deliberately omitted any acclamation of Hitler, but the version recorded and then sent on to East Prussia ended with, "Long live the Führer." Somebody must have thought it politic to make the signal more palatable at the Wolfschanze. When 2 Russian soldiers appeared, looking rather hesitant, at the entrance of the command bunker, Grosskurt shouted at them to fetch a general. Strecker wrote afterwards that many of their own soldiers were only barely alive. Foreign journalists were taken on a tour of the factory district a few days later. What the normal relief of the terrain had been, no one could tell, wrote the British correspondent Alexander Worth. You wound your way up and down, up and down. What was a natural slope, or what was the side of a dozen bomb craters that had merged into one, no one could say. Trenches ran through the factory yards, through the workshops themselves. At the bottom of the trenches there still lay frozen green Germans and frozen grey Russians, and frozen fragments of human shape. And there were tin helmets, German and Russian, lying among the brick debris, and the helmets were half filled with snow. There was barbed wire here, and half-uncovered mines and shell cases, and more rubble, and fragments of walls, and tortuous tangles of rusty steel girders. How anyone could have survived here was hard to imagine. The morning of the 2nd of February began with a thick mist, which was later dispersed by sun, and a wind which whipped up the powdery snow. As news of the final surrender spread among the 62nd Army, signal flares were fired into the sky in an impromptu display. Sailors from the Volga flotilla and soldiers from the left bank crossed the ice with loaves of bread and tins of food for the civilians who had been trapped for 5 months in cellars and holes. Groups and individuals walking about embraced those they met in wonder. Voices were subdued in the frozen air. There was no shortage of figures in the colourless landscape of ruins, yet the city felt deserted and dead. The end was hardly unexpected or even sudden, yet the Russian defenders found it hard to believe that the Battle of Stalingrad had finally come to an end. When they thought about it and remembered the dead, their own survival astonished them. Out of each division sent across the Volga, no more than a few hundred men survived. In the whole Stalingrad campaign, the Red Army had suffered 1.1 million casualties, of which 485,751 had been fatal. Grossman looked back over the last 5 months. I thought of the wide dirt road leading to the fisherman's village on the bank of the Volga, a road of glory and death, and the silent columns marching along it in the choking dust of August, in the moonlit nights of September, in the drenching rains of October, in the snows of November. They had marched with a heavy step, anti-tank men, machine gunners, simple infantrymen. They had marched with a grim and solemn silence. The only sound that had come from their ranks was the clank of their weapons and their measured tread. Very little that was recognizable remained from the city which had existed before Richthofen's bombers appeared on that August afternoon. Stalingrad was now little more than a battered and burned skeleton. About the only landmark left standing was the fountain with statues of little boys and girls dancing round it. This seemed an unsettling miracle after so many thousands of children had perished in the ruins all around. Chapter 23. Stop dancing. Stalingrad has fallen. At midday on the 2nd of February, a Luftwaffe reconnaissance aircraft circled over the city. The pilot's radio message was immediately passed to Field Marshal Mirch. No more sign of fighting in Stalingrad. After Voronov and Rokossovsky's first interview with Paulus, Captain Dyatlenko returned to interrogating the other captured generals. Contrary to his expectations, they reacted in very different ways. General Schlömer, who had taken over command of 14th Panzer Corps from Hüber, arrived limping on a stick and wearing a Red Army padded jacket. He won over his interrogator with an easy charm and remarks about the corporal uneducated in military problems and the untalented careerists in his entourage. General Walter von Seydlitz, on the other hand, whom the NKVD later discovered to be the most energetic defender of disobedience to the Führer during the encirclement, conducted himself in a very reserved way. For Stalin, 91,000 prisoners, including 22 German generals, were better trophies than flags or guns. Paulus, still in a state of shock, at first refused to appear in front of the journalists brought down from Moscow. "We have our own rules," retorted Colonel Yakimovich of Don Front headquarters, with Lieutenant Beziminsky interpreting. "You are to do what you are told." One compromise was, however, permitted. Paulus would not have to answer questions from the journalists. He only had to show himself to prove that he had not committed suicide. The foreign correspondents were rather surprised by the appearance of the German generals. "They looked healthy, and not in the least undernourished," wrote Alexander Worth. Clearly, throughout the agony of Stalingrad, when their soldiers were dying of hunger, they were continuing to have more or less regular meals. The only man who looked in poor shape was Paulus himself. He looked pale and sick, and had a nervous twitch in his left cheek. Attempts to put questions were not very successful. "It was rather like being at the zoo," wrote Worth, "where some animals showed interest in the public and others sulked." General Dubois was clearly keen to please, and immediately told the foreign journalists, as if to ask us not to be frightened, that he was Austrian. General Schlömer was the most relaxed. He turned to one of his captors and, patting the officer's shoulder boards, which had just been reintroduced by Stalin, exclaimed with a comic look of surprise, "What? New?" General von Arnim, on the other hand, was chiefly preoccupied with the fate of his luggage and what he thought of Red Army soldiers as a result. "The officers behaved very correctly," he announced, but the soldiers he described as impudent thieves. The strain of capture also made for undignified behaviour in the 2 peasant houses at Zabarikino. Adam deliberately provoked Senior Lieutenant Bogomolov one morning with a Nazi salute and a Heil Hitler. Schmidt, however, was the officer most disliked by the Russians. Bogomolov forced him to apologize to a mess waitress whom he had reduced to tears as she served their lunch. A few days later, trouble broke out across the way in the Isba which housed the other generals. Lieutenant Spector of Guard Group No. 2 telephoned Bogomolov, begging him to come quickly. A fight had broken out. "When I opened the door of the house," wrote Bogomolov, I saw that a German general was grasping the wrist of a Romanian general. When the German saw me, he let go, and then the Romanian hit him in the mouth. It turned out that the quarrel was about the Romanian's knife, fork, and spoon, which he claimed that the German had tried to take. Bogomolov, in contemptuous disbelief, sarcastically warned Lieutenant Spectre that if he allowed such behaviour to continue, he too would have his spoon confiscated. Latent rivalries and dislikes between generals had come out into the open. Heitz and Seydlitz loathed each other even more after Seydlitz had allowed his divisional commanders to make their own decisions about surrender. Heitz, who had ordered his soldiers to fight to the last cartridge but one, had himself surrendered, and then accepted dinner from General Shumilov at 64th Army headquarters. He also spent the night there. When he finally joined the other captured generals at Zabarikino, there was an uproar because he arrived with several suitcases packed ready for imprisonment. When tackled about his order to fight to the end, he replied that he would have committed suicide, but his chief of staff had prevented him. For the Wehrmacht, it was a time of counting the cost. Field Marshal Milch's staff estimated that they had lost 488 transport planes and 1,000 crew members during the airlift. The 9th Flak Division was destroyed, along with other ground personnel, to say nothing of 4th Air Fleet's losses in bombers, fighters and Stukas during the campaign. The Army's exact losses are still uncertain, but there was no doubt that the Stalingrad campaign represented the most catastrophic defeat hitherto experienced in German history. The 6th Army and the 4th Panzer Army had effectively been destroyed. In the Kessel alone, some 60,000 had died since the start of Operation Uranus, and around 130,000 had been captured. Again, the confusion over statistics appears to be due mainly to the numbers of Russians in German uniform. These figures do not take into account the losses in and around Stalingrad between August and November, the destruction of 4 Allied armies, the defeat of Manstein's rescue attempt, and the losses inflicted by Operation Little Saturn. Altogether, the Axis must have lost over 500,000 men. Presenting such a catastrophe to the German people was a challenge to which Goebbels had risen with frenetic energy, using all his talent for shameless distortion. The regime had not admitted that the 6th Army was encircled until the 16th of January, when it spoke of "our troops who for several weeks have been heroically fighting enemy attacks on all sides." Now it chose entirely the opposite direction, claiming that not a single man had survived. Goebbels mobilized wireless stations and press to unite the country in martial grief. His instructions to newspapers on how they were to portray the tragedy poured forth. They must remember that every word about this dramatic struggle would go down in history. The press must always employ the word Bolshevik, not Russian. The whole of German propaganda must create a myth out of the heroism of Stalingrad, which is to become one of the most treasured possessions in German history. The Wehrmacht communiqué, in particular, must be phrased in a way which will move hearts for centuries to come. It had to rank with Caesar's address to his troops, with Frederick the Great's appeal to his generals before the Battle of Leuthen, and with Napoleon's call to his Imperial Guard. The communiqué was broadcast as a special announcement on the wireless, 24 hours after Strecker's surrender. From Führer Headquarters, 3rd of February 1943. The Supreme Command of the Wehrmacht announces that the Battle of Stalingrad has come to an end. True to its oath of allegiance, the 6th Army, under the exemplary leadership of Field Marshal Paulus, has been annihilated by the overwhelming superiority of enemy numbers. The sacrifice of the 6th Army was not in vain. As the bulwark of our historic European mission, it has held out against the onslaught of 6 Soviet armies. They died so that Germany might live. The regime's lies proved counterproductive, especially the idea that every member of the 6th Army had died. No reference was made in any announcement to the 91,000 prisoners already proclaimed by the Soviet government, an item of news that had been rapidly broadcast all round the world. Inevitably, Many more people than usual tuned into foreign stations. A period of 3 days' national mourning was ordered, with places of entertainment closed and all wireless stations playing solemn music. Yet the newspapers were forbidden black margins and no flags were to be flown at half-mast. The security service of the SS did not underestimate the effect on civilian morale. They also knew that letters from the Kessel describing the horror and the squalor fundamentally contradicted the regime's heroic treatment of the disaster. "The farewell letters of Stalingrad combatants," ran one report, "spread great spiritual distress not only to relatives, but also to a wider circle of the population, the more so because the content of these letters was passed round rapidly. The description of the suffering during the last weeks of fighting haunts relatives day and night." Goebbels had in fact foreseen this problem much earlier and decided to intercept postcards from those taken prisoner. In his diary on the 17th of December, he wrote, "In future, cards to relatives should no longer be delivered, because they offer an access door to Germany for Bolshevik propaganda." Soviet efforts proved too energetic to stop. The NKVD's prison camps provided postcards, but because the German authorities would not allow them in, their contents were printed in small type, many to a sheet, and dropped over German lines as propaganda leaflets. When these were dropped, German soldiers at the front picked them up, although they risked severe punishment, and sent anonymous letters to the addresses on the list to say that their man was alive. They signed themselves a compatriots, or just XXX. Sometimes, to the horror of the Nazi authorities, families even received a copy of the Soviet leaflet and contacted others in the same situation. Paulus himself seems to have sensed before the surrender that the regime might try to twist the Stalingrad disaster into a new version of the stab-in-the-back myth. Whether this influenced his decision to refuse the surrender terms on the 9th of January is impossible to say. This time, however, the scapegoats for defeat would not be communists and Jews, as in 1918, but the general staff and the aristocracy, still closely associated in the popular mind. All those about to come into the line of fire had at least an inkling of the storm which Dr. Goebbels, with his inimitable talents for rabble-rousing, would attempt to whip up. Prince Otto von Bismarck, the German minister at the embassy in Rome, was in the Palace Hotel in St. Moritz with his wife on the evening of the 31st of January when he received an urgent telephone call. It was from the German ambassador in Bern. "Stop dancing," he warned. "Stalingrad has fallen." They both knew that St. Moritz had become the favourite resort of senior officers from the SS. Nothing more needed to be said. The propaganda ministry's party line about general and grenadier fighting shoulder to shoulder soon changed. On the 18th of February, Goebbels organised a mass rally in the Berlin Sportpalast with the theme "Total War, Shortest War." A huge banderole carried the great call of 1812, "Let our war cry be, now the people rise up and storm break loose." The very different historical contexts made this glaringly inappropriate to all but the most committed supporter of the regime. "Do you want total war?" Goebbels yelled from the podium. His audience bayed its response. "Are you determined to follow the Führer and fight for victory, whatever the cost?" Once again, the party faithful roared. Goebbels, during the weeks following Stalingrad, set the agenda. He demanded an end to half measures, with mass mobilization, yet symbolism was almost more important in the rash of measures. The copper cladding over the Brandenburg Gate was removed for use in war industry. Professional sporting events were banned. Luxury shops, including jewelers, were closed. All fashion magazines were to cease publication. Goebbels even organized a campaign against fashion, with the notion that women did not need to dress up because they would please victorious homecoming soldiers just as much in patches. Rumours spread that permanent waving would be forbidden. Hitler, who passionately believed that it was the duty of womankind to be decorative, objected to this, and Goebbels was forced to announce that there is no need for a woman to make herself ugly. Barter, that first sign of a siege economy, spread rapidly. Scrubbing brushes, for example, were soon exchanged for tickets to a Furtwängler concert. Nightclubs and luxury restaurants, such as Horke and the Quartier Latin, Neva Grill, Peltzer's Atelier, and the Tusculum in the Kurfürstendamm, were closed. When they reopened, customers were to be encouraged to restrict themselves to Feldküchengerichte, field kitchen dishes, as an act of solidarity with the soldiers in Russia, quite probably an idea inspired by Zeitzler's forbidden fast. Goering, however, arranged that Horke, his favourite restaurant, was reopened as an officers' club for the Luftwaffe. The barely veiled message that corrupt upper-class generals had betrayed the Nazi ideal was conveyed in numerous ways. Not long afterwards, all members of German royal families serving in the armed forces were told to resign their commissions. Even riding in the Tiergarten was stopped. More and more Nazi propaganda slogans appeared on walls, but cynical Berliners preferred the graffiti. "Enjoy the war, the peace will be much worse." "Hold out" became the most overused words in the propaganda lexicon. A fear grew for the future, above all, of Russia's determination to wreak a violent revenge. An innkeeper from the Black Forest, on leave from the Ostfront, said to Christabel Bielenberg, "If we are paid back 1/4 of what we are doing in Russia and Poland, Frau Doktor, we will suffer, and we will deserve to suffer." Germans who did not admire the Nazis recognized the grotesque paradox only too clearly. The invasion of the Soviet Union had forced the Russians to defend Stalinism. Now the threat of defeat forced Germans to defend Hitler's regime and its ghastly failure. The difference was that the Russians had a vast landmass into which to retreat, while Germany faced war on two fronts, massive bombing raids and a blockade. To make matters worse, Roosevelt and Churchill at Casablanca had declared their intention to fight on until the unconditional surrender of the Axis. This strengthened Goebbels' hand immeasurably. The opposition, for a variety of reasons, ranging from irresolution and disagreement to sheer bad luck, had not managed to act in time. It was already far too late to convince the Allies that there was a democratic alternative to the Nazi regime, as opposed to a palace coup by generals afraid of defeat. Its members, although well aware of this, still hoped that Stalingrad would at least provide the trigger for revolt. But no army group commander was prepared to move. Less senior but much more determined officers were ready to take huge risks, if necessary to lose their own lives in the attempt. But Hitler, who seemed to possess an almost feral nose for danger, was too well guarded, and constantly changed his plans at the last moment. The only overt sign of disaffection following the collapse at Stalingrad came from a small group of Munich students known as the White Rose. Their ideas spread to other students in Hamburg, Berlin, Stuttgart, and Vienna. On the 18th of February, after a campaign of leaflets and slogans painted on walls calling for the overthrow of Nazism, Sophie Scholl and her brother Hans were arrested after scattering more handbills at the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. Tortured by the Gestapo, then sentenced to death by Roland Freisler at a special session of the People's Court in Munich, brother and sister were beheaded. A number of other members of their circle, including the professor of philosophy Kurt Huber, suffered similar fates. Soon after the final surrender at Stalingrad, Hitler saw Field Marshal von Manstein, the first senior officer, from outside his immediate circle. Manstein outlined the measures he had been forced to take to avoid total collapse in southern Russia. Hitler wanted to order him not to withdraw any further, but Manstein knew that in the circumstances he could set the terms. During their discussions, Hitler said that he alone took the responsibility for Stalingrad. then promptly sidestepped his own confession by adding that he could put some of the blame on Goering. But since he had appointed the Reichsmarshal to be his successor, he could not hold him responsible for Stalingrad. No mention was made of his own confused strategy and attempts to control operations from afar. His greatest recriminations were still reserved for Paulus. He told Goebbels that after the war he would have Paulus and his generals court-martialed for failing to carry out his explicit order to resist to the last bullet, to the last. Hitler now seldom held forth at table, as had been his habit. He preferred to eat alone. Guderian found him greatly changed. His left hand trembled, his back was bent, his gaze was fixed, his eyes protruded but lacked their former lustre, his cheeks were flecked with red. But when Hitler met Milch, he showed no regret for the vast waste of life at Stalingrad. He could think only of raising the stakes once again, throwing away even more lives. "We will end the war this year," he told him. "I have accordingly decided on a gigantic mobilization of all German popular strength." In Russia, the fierce exultation over the victory was spontaneous as well as orchestrated. The Kremlin bells rang out news of Paulus's surrender. Rousing martial music was broadcast over the radio, and communiques were published across the front of every newspaper. They lauded the stern lesson in history administered to the adventurers of the German General Staff by the Red Army's own Hannibals in this modern battle of Cannae. Stalin was portrayed as the wise leader and great architect of victory. Morale in the Soviet Union genuinely soared. Throughout the battle, people everywhere had asked each other for the latest news of the fighting on the Volga. When victory came after such a terrible battle, people kept telling each other, "You cannot stop an army which has done Stalingrad." They joked, too, in delight at the expense of the defeated enemy. "I wonder how it feels to be a field marshal caught in a cellar," was a popular remark. After Stalingrad, not a single soldier had a single doubt about the outcome of the war, said an officer wounded there. Stalingrad divisions were distributed to different armies and fronts to raise morale still further. Stalin was soon appointed Marshal of the Soviet Union by the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, a touch which was marginally more modest than Napoleon crowning himself. The history of the war was suddenly refashioned. The disasters of 1941 were made to appear as if they were all part of a cunning plan devised by Stalin. Stalin's picture and name had been kept out of the press during the bad periods, but now the great captain of the Soviet people, the genius organizer of our victories, was back to the fore. All disasters and all evils were attributed to others, rather as courtiers were blamed in Tsarist times. Ilya Ehrenberg, with breathtaking cynicism, remarked that the people needed to believe. Even prisoners in the Gulag wrote to the great father of the people, convinced that he would step in to correct a terrible miscarriage of justice, unthinkable under communism. No leader had a more effective lightning conductor than Beria. Red Army generals were conspicuously rewarded. The recent suspension of dual command with commissars was crowned with the formal reinstatement of the rank and description of officer. The euphemism commander was dropped. As General Schlermer had noted with amusement, shoulder boards, symbols of privilege which some Bolshevik lynch mobs in 1917 had nailed to the bodies of their Tsarist wearers, were reinstated. Gold braid had been secretly ordered from Great Britain, to the astonishment and disapproval of officials there. One soldier in a guards division heard the news about shoulder boards from an old man polishing boots in a railway station. "They're starting these gold shoulder boards once more," the man told him in angry disbelief, "just like in the White Army." His fellow soldiers, too, were amazed when he told them the news on returning to the train. "Why in the Red Army?" they asked. Such mutterings were ignored. The new decorations for the great patriotic war, the orders of Suvorov and of Kutuzov, were also distributed to senior commanders in the campaign. The greatest propaganda success, however, extended far beyond Soviet frontiers. The story of the Red Army's sacrifice had a powerful effect across the world, especially within occupied Europe. Its effect on resistance movements everywhere, and thus its influence on the politics of post-war Europe, were considerable. The triumph of the Red Army boosted the status of the party member and attracted fellow travellers in droves. Even conservatives could not avoid praising the heroism of the Red Army. In Britain, King George VI commissioned a sword of Stalingrad to be forged for presentation to the city. The morale of civilians and soldiers alike was boosted by newsreels lauding the victory, with flickering footage of Paulus and the long columns of prisoners of war snaking across the snow-covered landscape. Everyone knew that the Russians were taking the brunt of the German onslaught, and that the Eastern Front was bleeding the Wehrmacht to death far more surely than any Western theatre. The Red Army would push on, as the officer had shouted at the prisoners of war, until Berlin looked like the ruined city of Stalingrad. Chapter 24. The City of the Dead. The silence that fell on the 2nd of February in the ruined city felt eerie for those who had become used to destruction as a natural state. Grossman described mounds of rubble and bomb craters so deep that the low-angled winter sunlight never seemed to reach the bottom, and railway tracks where tanker wagons lie belly up like dead horses. Some 3,500 civilians were put to work as burial parties. They stacked frozen German corpses like piles of timber at the roadside, and although they had a few carts drawn by camels, most of the removal work was accomplished with improvised sleds and handcarts. The German dead were taken to bunkers or the huge anti-tank ditch dug the previous summer and tipped in. Later, 1,200 German prisoners were put to work on the same task, using carts with humans instead of horses pulling them. Almost all members of these work parties, reported a prisoner of war, soon died of typhus. Others, dozens each day, according to an NKVD officer in Beketovka camp, were shot on the way to work by their escorts. The grisly evidence of the fighting did not disappear swiftly. After the Volga thawed in spring, lumps of coagulated blackened skin were found on the river bank. General de Gaulle, when he stopped in Stalingrad on his way north to Moscow in December 1944, was struck to find that bodies were still being dug up. But this was to continue for several decades. Almost any building work in the city uncovered human remains from the battle. More astonishing than the number of dead was the capacity for human survival. The Stalingrad Party Committee held meetings in all districts liberated from fascist occupation and rapidly organized a census. They found that at least 9,796 civilians had lived through the fighting, surviving in the battlefield ruins. They included 994 children, of whom only 9 were reunited with their parents. The vast majority were sent off to state orphanages or given work clearing the city. The report says nothing of their physical or mental state, witnessed by an American aid worker who arrived very soon after the fighting to distribute clothes. Most of the children, she wrote, had been living in the ground for 4 or 5 winter months. They were swollen with hunger. They cringed in corners, afraid to speak, to even look people in the face. The Stalingrad Party Committee had higher priorities. Soviet authorities were immediately reinstalled in all districts of the city, it reported to Moscow. On the 4th of February, Red Army commissars held a political rally for the whole city, both civilian survivors and soldiers. This assembly, with its long speeches in praise of Comrade Stalin and his leadership of the Red Army, was the party's version of a service of thanksgiving. The authorities did not at first allow civilians who had escaped to the East Bank to return to their homes because of the need to clear unexploded shells. Mine clearance teams had to prepare a basic pattern of special, safe paths. But many soon managed to slip back over the frozen Volga without permission. Messages appeared chalked on the side of ruined buildings, testifying to the numbers of families broken up by the fighting. "Mama, we are all right. Look for us in Beketovka. Klava." Many people never discovered which of their relatives were alive or dead until after the war was over. A large contingent of German prisoners, many of whom were too weak to stand, were also forced to attend a political rally in the centre of Stalingrad and listen to long harangues from three of the leading German communists, Walter Ulbricht, Erich Weinhardt, and Wilhelm Pieck. The state of most prisoners at the time of the surrender was so pitiful that a considerable death rate was predictable in the weeks and months to follow. How far this was exacerbated by ill-treatment, casual brutality, and, above all, logistic deficiencies, is impossible to calculate. Of the 91,000 taken prisoner at the end of the battle, almost half had died by the time the spring arrived. The Red Army itself acknowledged in subsequent reports that orders for the care of prisoners had been ignored, and it is impossible to tell how many Germans were shot out of hand during or soon after their surrender, often as vengeance for the deaths of relatives or comrades. The death rate in the so-called hospitals was terrifying. The tunnel system in the Tsaritsa Gorge, redesignated Prisoner of War Hospital No. 1, remained the largest and most horrific, only because there were no buildings left offering any protection against the cold. The walls ran with water, the air was little more than a foul, sickly recycling of human breath, with so little oxygen left that the few primitive oil lamps fashioned from tins flickered and died constantly, leaving the tunnels dark. Each gallery was not much wider than the casualties lying side by side on the damp, beaten earth of the tunnel floor, so it was difficult in the gloom not to step or trip on feet suffering from frostbite, provoking a hoarse shriek of pain. Many of these frostbite victims died of gangrene because the surgeons could not cope. Whether they would have survived amputation in their weakened state and without anaesthetic is another matter. The condition of many of the 4,000 patients was pitiful in the extreme, and the doctors were helpless as fungus spread on rotten flesh. They had almost no bandages left and no medicaments. Ulcers and open sores provided easy entry points for tetanus from the filth around. Sanitary arrangements, which consisted of a single bucket to scores of men suffering from dysentery, were unspeakable, and at night there were no lamps. Many men were too weak to raise themselves from the ground, and there were not enough orderlies to answer the constant cries for help. The orderlies, already weak from undernourishment and soon fever-ridden themselves, had to carry polluted water up from the ravine. The doctors did not even have a reliable list of patients' names, let alone proper medical notes. Second-line Russian troops and also members of ambulance units had stolen their medical equipment and drugs, including analgesics. The Protestant chaplain of the 297th Division was shot in the back of the neck by a Soviet major when he bent over to help a wounded man. Russian medical officers were appalled by the conditions. Some were sympathetic. The Russian commandant shared out his cigarettes with German doctors, but other Soviet personnel traded bread for any watches which had survived the earlier rounds of looting. Dibolt, the doctor from the 44th Infantry Division, described how, when a woman army surgeon, jolly and with a strong red face of peasant ancestors, came in to bargain for watches, a young Austrian from a poor family produced a silver pocket watch. He handed over this heirloom, no doubt given to him on going off to war, and in return he received half a loaf. This he divided among the other men, keeping the smallest portion for himself. Misery also brought the scum to the surface. Certain individuals exploited the helplessness of former comrades with a previously unimaginable shamelessness. Thieves robbed from corpses and from the weakest patients. If anyone had a watch, wedding ring, or other valuable left, it was soon snatched in the dark. But nature had its own form of poetic justice. The robbers of the sick rapidly became typhus victims from infected lice transferred with the booty. One interpreter, infamous for his activities, was found to have a large bag of gold rings hidden on him when he died. At first, the Soviet authorities provided no rations at all. NKVD and Red Army files now show that even though surrender was known to be imminent, virtually no preparation had been made to guard, let alone to feed the prisoners. The German communist, Erich Weinhardt, claimed that heavy snow had hampered the transport of supplies, but this is unconvincing. The real problem was a mixture of brutal indifference and bureaucratic incompetence, above all, a lack of coordination between Army and NKVD. There was also a deep reluctance to allow German prisoners rations when the Soviet Union was so desperately short of food. Many Red Army soldiers were badly undernourished, to say nothing of civilians, so the idea of giving any food at all to invaders who had plundered their country seemed almost perverse. Rations finally started to arrive after 3 or 4 days, by which time many men had eaten virtually nothing in almost 2 weeks. Even for the sick, there was little more than a loaf of bread between 10 men, plus some soup made from water with a few millet seeds and salted fish. It would have been unrealistic to expect better treatment, especially when one considers the Wehrmacht's record on the treatment of its own prisoners, both military and civilian, in the Soviet Union. The greatest fear of doctors for their patients, however, was not death by starvation, but a typhus epidemic. Many had expected an outbreak in the Kessel when the first cases appeared, but had not dared voice their concerns in case it started a panic. In the tunnel system, they continued to isolate the different diseases as they appeared, whether diphtheria or typhus. They begged the authorities to provide delousing facilities, but many Red Army soldiers and almost all the civilians in the region were themselves still infested. It was not surprising that so many died. There seemed to be little reason left to fight for life. The prospect of seeing families again was remote. Germany was so far away that it could have been another world, a world which now seemed to have more to do with pure fantasy. Death promised a release from suffering, and towards the end, drained of pain as well as strength, there was no more than a sense of floating, weightless. The ones most likely to survive seemed to be those who fought on, either through religious faith, or an obstinate refusal to die in such squalor, or out of a determination to live for their families' sake. A will to live played just as important a part in those marched off to prison camps. What Weinhardt described as limping and shuffling ghosts in rags followed the back of the man in front. As soon as the exertion of the march warmed their bodies, they could feel the lice become more active. Some civilians grabbed blankets from their backs, spat in their faces, and even threw stones. It was best to be close to the front of the column, and safest of all, to stay near one of the escorts. Some soldiers whom they passed, contrary to Red Army orders, took pot shots for fun at the columns of prisoners, just as German soldiers had fired at columns of Red Army prisoners in 1941. The luckier ones were marched straight to one of the designated collection camps in the area, although they varied greatly in distance. Those from the northern pocket, for example, were marched over 12 miles to Dubovka, north of Stalingrad. It took 2 days. During the night they were shepherded into the roofless remains of buildings, destroyed by the Luftwaffe, as their guards did not fail to remind them. Thousands, however, were taken on what can only be described as death marches. The worst, without food or water, in temperatures of between 25 and 30 degrees below zero, followed a completely zigzag route from the Tsaritsa ravine via Gumrak and Gorodishche, finally ending up on the 5th day at Beketovka. From time to time they heard shots in the freezing air as another victim collapsed in the snow, unable to walk any further. Thirst was as great a threat as weakness from hunger. Although surrounded by snow, they suffered the fate of the ancient mariner, knowing the dangers of consuming it. Shelter was seldom available at night, so the prisoners slept in the snow together. Many woke to find close comrades dead and frozen stiff beside them. In an attempt to prevent this, one of the group was designated to stay awake, ready to wake the others after half an hour. Then they would all move as briskly as they could to reactivate the circulation. Others did not even dare to lie down. Hoping to sleep like horses, they stood together in a group with a blanket over their heads to keep in some warmth from their breath. Morning brought not relief, but dread of the march ahead. The Russians had very simple methods, observed a lieutenant who survived. Those who could walk were marched off. Those who could not, either through wounds or sickness, were shot or left without food to die. Having quickly grasped this brutal logic, he was prepared to barter his woolen pullover for milk and bread from a Russian peasant woman at the night stop, because he knew that otherwise he would collapse from weakness the next day. "We set out with 1,200 men," recounted a soldier from the 305th Infantry Division, "and only a tenth, about 120 men, were left alive by the time we reached Beketovka." The gateway to the main camp at Beketovka was another entrance which deserved the superscription, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." On their arrival, the guards searched prisoners for valuables once again, then made them stand for registration. The prisoners soon discovered that standing out in the freezing weather for hours and hours, parading in groups of fives for counting parade, would be a daily penance. Finally, after the NKVD had carried out an initial processing, they were led off to the wooden huts, where they were packed in 40 or 50 men to a room like herrings in a barrel, recorded a survivor. On the 4th of February, an NKVD officer complained to Don Front headquarters that the situation was extremely critical. The camps at Beketovka had received 50,000 prisoners, including also sick and wounded. The NKVD camp authorities were overwhelmed. They had no motor transport at all and tried to beg the army for a single truck. Water was eventually brought to the camp in iron barrels on carts towed by camels. A captured Austrian doctor noted his first impression. Nothing to eat, nothing to drink. Filthy snow and urine-yellow ice offered the only relief for an unbearable thirst. Every morning, more corpses. After 2 days, the Russians provided some soup, which was no more than a sack of bran tipped into warm water. Anger at the conditions led to prisoners scraping handfuls of lice off their own bodies and throwing them at their guards. Such protests provoked summary execution. Right from the start, the Soviet authorities set out to divide the prisoners of war, first on national lines, then political. Romanian, Italian, and Croat prisoners of war were given the privilege of working in the kitchens, where the Romanians in particular set out to gain revenge on their former allies. The Germans had not only got them into this hell, they believed, they'd also cut off their supplies in the Kessel to feed their own troops better. Gangs of Romanians attacked individual Germans collecting food on behalf of their hut and seized it. The Germans retaliated by sending escorts to guard their food carriers. Then came another shock, recorded a Luftwaffe sergeant major. Our Austrian comrades suddenly ceased to be Germans. They called themselves Austrici, hoping to secure better treatment, as indeed happened. Germans felt bitter that all the guilt of the war was heaped on those of us who remained Germans, particularly since Austrians, with an interesting turn of logic, tended to blame Prussian generals rather than the Austrian Hitler for their predicament. The struggle to stay alive remained paramount. The dead each morning were laid outside the barrack block, wrote a panzer officer. These naked, frozen corpses were then stacked by working parties in an ever-extending line down one side of the camp. A doctor estimated that at Beketovka the mountain of bodies was about 100 yards long and 6 feet high. At least 50 to 60 men died every day, estimated the Luftwaffe warrant officer. "We had no tears left," he wrote later. Another prisoner, used as an interpreter by the Russians, later managed to get a look at the death register. He noted down that up to the 21st of October 1943, 45,200 died in Beketovka alone. An NKVD report acknowledges that in all the Stalingrad camps, 55,228 prisoners had died by the 15th of April. but one does not know how many had been captured between Operation Uranus and the final surrender. Hunger, observed Dr. Dibold, changed the psyche and character, visibly in behaviour patterns and invisibly in men's thoughts. German, as well as Romanian soldiers, resorted to cannibalism to stay alive. Thin slices of meat cut from frozen corpses were boiled up. The end product was offered round as camel meat. Those who ate it were quickly recognizable, because their complexion acquired a hint of red instead of the grey-green pallor of the majority. Cases were reported from other camps in and around Stalingrad, even in a camp housing prisoners captured during Operation Uranus. One Soviet source claims that only at gunpoint could prisoners be forced to desist from this barbarism. The authorities ordered more food, but incompetence and corruption in the system blunted any measure. The accumulated effect of exhaustion, cold, sickness, and starvation dehumanized prisoners in other ways. With dysentery rife, those who collapsed and fell into the hellhole of the latrines were left to drown, if still alive. Few had the strength or the will to pull them out. Their terrible fate below was ignored. The need of others suffering from dysentery to use the latrine was far too urgent. Curiously, the latrine saved one starving young lieutenant, a count, whose family owned several castles and estates. He overheard a soldier say something in the unmistakable dialect of his district, and quickly called out, asking where he was from. The soldier gave the name of a small village nearby. "And who are you, and where do you come from?" he asked in return. The officer told him. "Oh, yes," the soldier laughed. "I know. I used to see you go past in your red Mercedes sports car, off to shoot hare. Well, here we are together. If you're hungry, perhaps I can help." The soldier had been chosen as a medical orderly in the prison hospital, and because so many of the inmates died before they had a chance to eat their bread ration, he managed to accumulate a bag of leftover crusts to share with others after each spell of duty. This utterly unexpected intervention saved the young count's life. Survival often ran counter to expectation. The first to die were generally those who had been large and powerfully built. The small, thin man always stood the best chance. Both in the Kessel and later in the prison camps, the equally minute ration scales were almost bound to reverse the normal survival of the fittest because they made no allowance for the size of the individual. It is interesting that in Soviet labor camps, only horses were fed according to their size. When spring arrived, the Soviet authorities began to reorganize the prisoner of war population in the region. Altogether, some 235,000 former members of the 6th Army and the 4th Panzer Army, including those captured during Manstein's attempted relief operation in December, as well as Romanians and other allies, had been held in around 20 camps and prison hospitals in the region. The generals were the first to leave. Their destination was a camp near Moscow. They departed in what junior officers cynically dubbed the White Train because its carriages were so comfortable. Great bitterness was caused by the fact that those who had given orders to fight to the end had not just outlived their own rhetoric, but now enjoyed incomparably better conditions than their men. "It is the duty of a general to stay with his men," remarked one lieutenant, "not to go off in a sleeping car." Chances of survival proved brutally dependent on rank. Over 95% of soldiers and NCOs died, 55% of junior officers, and just 5% of senior officers. As the foreign journalists had noted, few of the senior officers had shown signs of starvation just after the surrender, so their defences were not dangerously weakened in the same way as their men's. The privileged treatment which the generals received, however, was a revealing testimony to the Soviet Union's sense of hierarchy. Small numbers of officers were sent to camps in the region of Moscow, such as Lunovo, Krasnogorsk, and Susdal. Those selected for anti-fascist education were sent to the fortified monastery of Yelabuga, east of Kazan. Conditions of transport were most certainly not up to those provided for the generals. Out of one convoy of 1,800 men in March, 1,200 died. In addition to typhus, jaundice and diphtheria, scurvy, dropsy and tuberculosis had now emerged. And as soon as spring arrived properly, the number of cases of malaria rose rapidly. The diaspora of soldiers and junior officers was considerable, with 20,000 sent to Bekabad, east of Tashkent, 2,500 to Volsk, northeast of Saratov, 5,000 down the Volga to Astrakhan, 2,000 to Usman, north of Voronezh, and others to Basnayovsky, north of Sverdlovsk, Oranki near Gorky, and also to Karaganda. When prisoners were registered before departure, many put down agricultural labourer as their profession, in the hope of being sent to a farm. Hardened smokers collected camel dung and dried it to have something to smoke on the journey. After the experience of Bekatovka, they were certain that the worst must be over, and the prospect of movement and change had its own appeal. But they soon discovered their mistake. Each railway wagon, with up to 100 men forced into each one, had a single hole in the middle of the floor as a latrine. The cold was still terrible, but thirst was again the worst affliction, for they were given dried bread and salt fish to eat, but little water. So desperate did they become that they licked the condensation frozen to metal parts inside the truck. At stops, men allowed out often could not resist seizing handfuls of snow and forcing it into their mouths. Many died as a result, usually so silently that their comrades only realized that they had gone much later. Their corpses were then stacked by the sliding door of the wagon, ready for unloading. "Skolko kaput," Soviet guards would shout in their pidgin German at stops. "How many dead?" Some journeys lasted up to 25 days. The transports via Saratov, then across Uzbekistan to Bekabad, were among the worst. In one wagon, only 8 men remained alive out of 100. When prisoners finally reached the reception camp in sight of the Pamir Mountains, they discovered that it had been established for the construction of a nearby hydroelectric dam. Their relief to hear that they were to be deloused at last soon turned to dismay. They were clumsily shaved all over, which could only be compared to sheep shearing, then sprayed with powder. A number died from the primitive chemicals used. There were no huts to live in, only earth bunkers. But the worst surprise was a German corporal who had joined the Soviets as a guard commander. "No Russian ever treated me with such brutality," wrote the same prisoner. German guards were also used in other camps. The worst were some 200 Germans, most appear to have been Saxons for some reason, who had deserted from punishment battalions. Armed with wooden clubs and granted the designation of fighters against fascism, they refused to allow soldiers to fall out to relieve themselves during roll call, even though the overwhelming majority was suffering from dysentery. Fortunately, movement between camps in this parallel gulag was frequent. From Bekabad, many went to Kokand, or, best of all, to Chwama, where there were much better medical facilities and even a crudely improvised swimming pool. The Italian prisoners there were already well organized, catching sparrows to supplement the soup. Those left behind in Stalingrad found that the collection camp at Krasnoarmesk had been turned into a labour camp. The food at least improved, with kasha, buckwheat porridge, and fish soup, but the work was often dangerous. When spring arrived, many of them were put to work retrieving Volga river craft sunk by the Luftwaffe and the German army. One Russian shipyard manager, shaken by the number of prisoners who died on this work, swore his daughter to secrecy before telling her about it. The NKVD's grip on Stalingrad had not slackened. German prisoners, working from both banks of the Volga, had noticed that the first building in the city to be repaired was the NKVD headquarters, and almost immediately there were queues of women outside with food parcels for relatives who had been arrested. Former Sixth Army soldiers guessed that they too would be prisoners there for many years. Molotov later confirmed their fears with his declaration that no German prisoners would see their homes until Stalingrad had been rebuilt. Chapter 25. The Sword of Stalingrad. In November 1943, 1 year after Operation Uranus, a Douglas transport plane flew low over Stalingrad. The Soviet diplomats on board were on their way from Moscow to meet the American and the British leaders at Tehran. One of the passengers was Valentin Bereshkov, who had been Dekhanozov's interpreter in Berlin on the eve of Barbarossa. "We pressed to the windows in silence," he wrote later. "First, individual houses scattered in the snow came into view, and then a kind of unbelievable chaos began. Lumps of walls, boxes of half-ruined buildings, piles of rubble, isolated chimneys. They could, however, distinguish signs of life. Visible against the snow were the black figures of people, and every now and then there was evidence of new buildings. Out over the steppe again, they spotted the rusty skeletons of tanks." At the Tehran conference, Churchill presented the Sword of Stalingrad to the Soviet people. The blade bore the engraved dedication, "To the steel-hearted citizens of Stalingrad, a gift from King George VI as a token of the homage of the British people." Churchill made the ceremony memorable by his oratory. Stalin, who accepted the sword with both hands, lifted it to his lips to kiss the scabbard. He then passed it to Marshal Voroshilov, who clumsily let the sword slide out of the scabbard. It clattered loudly on the floor. That evening, Stalin raised his glass after dinner. "I propose a salute," he said, "to the swiftest possible justice for all Germany's war criminals. I drink to our unity in dispatching them as fast as we catch them, all of them, and there must be quite a few of them." Some sources say that he proposed the execution of 50,000 Wehrmacht officers to destroy German military power for good. Churchill stood up angrily and declared that the British people would never stand for such mass murder. Nobody should be shot without a proper trial. He walked out. Stalin, amused at the reaction he had provoked, went after him. Placing both hands on his shoulders, he claimed that he had been joking, and cajoled Churchill into returning. The Tehran conference determined Allied strategy for the rest of the war. Churchill's plan for an invasion through the Balkans was vetoed for sound military reasons. The Western Allies' main effort had to be devoted to northwest Europe. But this strategic logic left the fate of Eastern and Central Europe entirely in Stalin's hands. Churchill, with a strong inkling of the consequences, could do nothing. Red Army sacrifices and the terrible suffering of Russian civilians allowed Stalin to manipulate the Western Allies through a sort of blood guilt because their losses had been minimal in comparison. Several historians, charting the Soviet Union's rise to superpower status, have rightly pointed to the victory at Stalingrad as the basis for Stalin's success at Tehran. Stalin, capitalizing on his new aura of great statesman and as a deliberate sop to Roosevelt, had announced the abolition of the Comintern on the 15th of May 1943. It was an easy pawn to pretend to sacrifice. Georgy Dimitrov stayed in place, running a rump Comintern under a different name, the International Section of the Central Committee. Meanwhile, the Soviet victory at Stalingrad had been the greatest boost imaginable to communist propaganda throughout the world. It was an inspiration even to those who had lost their faith after the Stalinist Inquisition in the Spanish Civil War or the Nazi-Soviet Pact of 1939. The story roused left-wing sculptors, painters, novelists, and poets, such as Pablo Neruda, who in his Nuevo Canto de Amor a Stalingrado wrote a poem of international love to a city whose name had brought hope to the world. For the German prisoners captured at Stalingrad, the future was correspondingly bleak. Some, still dreaming of great counterattacks which would free them, became convinced at night that they could hear the guns of an advancing army. They were the least likely to survive the years ahead in the prisoner-of-war camps, constructed according to NKVD standards, with perimeter fences consisting of 10 horizontal strands of barbed wire. Captivity was almost as uncertain a fate as fighting. It also had its share of the ironies of war. Diebold, the Austrian doctor from the 44th Infantry Division, was astonished when 3 new patients reached his prison hospital. This trio, although unmistakably Jewish, wore German uniforms with eagles and swastikas. One of them smiled at his astonishment. "Doctor, the miracle of the 20th century. A Jew, as one of Adolf Hitler's soldiers." They were from a Hungarian labour battalion. Their Russian captors had clothed them from captured stores. Although prison camp rations had improved in the summer of 1943, they were still uneven, varying from camp to camp. Rations were often stolen by corrupt quartermasters who exchanged them for vodka, or by guards whose own families received little more than the German prisoners. Most of the ill-treatment came from a lack of imagination, monumental incompetence, and, above all, that Russian tolerance of suffering which Marxist-Leninist doctrine had managed to exploit so successfully. Nothing, however, was predictable. Prisoners testified how guards, on seeing a photograph of their children, would soften. At a prison hospital outside Stalingrad, after inmates had become used to the idea of men being shot or left to die on the march, Russian guards inexplicably spared 3 prisoners recaptured after a futile attempt to escape. Even when conditions improved in the spring of 1943, the death rate in most prison hospitals was at least 1% per day. The problems were still enormous, especially in the Stalingrad region, with pellagra, tuberculosis, dropsy and scurvy added to the other diseases. A Soviet woman doctor told her German counterparts that Stalingrad civilians were suffering more from scurvy than the German prisoners, but she gave permission for foraging parties to be sent out to collect herbs and other green stuff from which the German doctors in their dispensary made vitamin concentrates. The inventiveness of prisoner-of-war doctors produced brilliant improvisations. One created out of scrap metal a sphygmomanometer for testing blood pressure. Doctors manufactured their own inoculation against typhus, which consisted of injecting an extract of lice guts. Any article of silk was unpicked to provide surgical thread, and scalpels were made out of sharpened tin lids. Prisoners, suddenly transformed into an underclass, had to learn quickly. They pilfered and fashioned numerous ingenious gadgets. They also learned to make the most of their rations, for example, roasting fish bones from the soup on the stove and then crushing them up. Some made terrible mistakes. At Ilmen, prisoners reduced to eating reeds and water hemlock died rapidly as a result. And one prisoner, who managed to grab a handful of butter in the kitchen, died in agony because his stomach was so unused to fats. The bad diet, on top of the weeks of starvation in the Kessel, was the main reason for patients in the prison hospitals failing to recover. They lost nearly all their hair, and their neck muscles became too feeble to raise their heads. Those dying shunned the daylight, as if preparing themselves for perpetual darkness. Death could often be a deliverance, almost like sleep for the exhausted. A number slipped away quite suddenly, just when doctors thought them over the worst. Sick men would share beds for warmth, even though a number woke up to find themselves next to a corpse. Some had succumbed rapidly. Helmut Grosskurt died of typhus on the 7th of April 1943 in the officers' camp of Frolovo, where 4,000 inmates died out of 5,000. It was 3 years before his family received news of his death. Kurt Reuber died on the 20th of January 1944 in Yelabuga camp, only a few weeks after he had drawn another Madonna for Christmas, with the same words: light, life, love. A few, after having survived the worst, suddenly killed themselves unexpectedly. In a prison hospital, one officer awoke to find a friend in the next bed sitting up motionless. He had managed to kill himself by thrusting a long, thin shard of glass from a broken window straight up into the heart. Even the comparatively healthy had little hope of surviving. Their rations, such as unground millet, which ran right through the stomach, gave them little strength for the heavy work which the NKVD intended to extract from them through Stakhabanite work programs. Materialism, as one of them put it, meant that man was just another material, to be used and discarded. Prisoners were used as pack animals. They first had to build their own camps in almost virgin forest. They were not allowed huts, but underground bunkers which flooded in spring and autumn. Once the camp was established, their life was one of heavy labour, cutting and dragging timber, and sometimes peat cutting for winter fuel. Those kept in the Stalingrad area, rebuilding the city and recovering sunken ships from the Volga, were later put to work, along with other Gulag prisoners, digging that Stalinist showpiece, the Volga-Don Canal. Soon after its triumph at Stalingrad, the Soviet state made plans to undermine the Nazi regime and replace it with a puppet communist state. Prisoners of all ranks were to be divided into anti-fascists and fascists. In the spring and summer of 1943, senior officers were moved from a camp at Krasnogorsk to the monastery at Suzdal, and then to what became their semi-permanent base, Camp 48 at Voikivo, an old inn and health spa which was dubbed the Castle because of its relative luxury. The NKVD moved the implacable Schmidt away from Paulus because he was seen as a bad influence. The NKVD department in charge of prisoners of war first organized an umbrella organization, the National Committee for Free Germany. To run it, Berier's men used their tame German communists. 2 months later, another group, the League of German Officers, was set up to attract anti-Nazis unwilling to support the National Committee. Major General Melnikov, the vice-chief of the department, controlled these activities. Although very much part of Berier's empire, Melnikov also worked closely with the international section of the Central Committee. Dmitry Manuilsky, Stalin's former spy on the Comintern with special responsibility for German affairs, had been given another watching brief, which may explain his curious visit to Stalingrad during the latter part of the battle, when Zhukov refused him permission to cross to the West Bank. On the 19th of August, 1943, 3 Stalingrad generals, Seidlitz, Latman, and Korfez, who had been identified from interrogations as likely collaborators, were taken from Voikivo to a re-education centre at Lunovo. Seidlitz appears to have been emotionally overwhelmed by what he believed was a collective change of heart of many officers, all wanting to save Germany from the Hitlerian apocalypse. He saw himself as their natural leader. Early in September, Melnikov sent Seidlitz, Korfez, and Latman back to Voikivo to win over the other Stalingrad generals. Their arrival late at night brought the generals out of their rooms in their pyjamas, intrigued to hear what all the excitement was about. But when Seidlitz announced melodramatically that this was the day of the new Taurogen, General Strecker turned away angrily. And next day, when Seidlitz and Latman urged them to join in calling for a revolt against Hitler's regime, Strecker, Sixt von Arnim, Rodenburg, and Pfeffer accused them angrily of treason. Seidlitz and his colleagues did, however, win over Generals Edler von Daniels, Dreber, and Schlömer. Seidlitz, in his moral outrage against Hitler and conviction that they had to join the tide of history to save Germany, failed to recognize the dangers. They had left their opposition to the Nazi regime so late that the Allies would never listen to them or give them any say in the fate of their country. Meanwhile, their organizers— he does not even appear to have realized that Melnikov belonged to the NKVD— would simply exploit them for Soviet interests. Soviet documents show that on the 17th of September 1943, Seidlitz, as president of the League of German Officers, presented a plan to General Melnikov, which proposed raising an army corps of 30,000 men from those captured at Stalingrad. According to Seidlitz's idea, Melnikov reported back to Beria, this corps will be the base for the new government after Hitler is overthrown. Seidlitz, Melnikov added, considers himself a candidate for the job of chief commander of the armed forces of Free Germany in future. He apparently also promised to prepare a plan for a press and radio propaganda campaign, sending men to the German rear to win over formation commanders to our side and to organize joint action against Hitler's regime. Seidlitz would send messages to his personal friends, the commander of the Central Front, von Kluge, and General Thomas, who is responsible for Hitler's headquarters staff. Seidlitz, accompanied by Generals Latman and Korfez, and Colonel Gunther van Hoven presented his plan on the 22nd of September. He expected the Soviet authorities to help them form a small army from prisoners of war which could be used by a new German government to seize power. They called for 1 army staff, 2 corps staffs, 4 full divisions, and a supporting aviation force with 3 bomber squadrons, 4 fighter squadrons, and an air reconnaissance groups. In all, 7 generals, 1,650 officers, and 42,000 soldiers. Seydlitz appears to have had no idea of the death rate of Stalingrad prisoners after the surrender. At a subsequent meeting, Seydlitz recommended that all the contingents should be flown into Germany, perhaps Berlin. The NKVD officer present pointed out the technical difficulties of flying such a number of troops into Germany, but von Seydlitz replied that it was up to the Russians to sort out the details. General Korfes, however, did not conceal his exasperation with such a pipe dream. "It's utterly utopian," he said, "to think that all the units could be carried by air." He added, "Russian Air Force commanders would consider such a proposal to be proof that German generals are fantasists." It is, of course, possible that General von Seydlitz secretly saw this operation as a chance of tricking the Soviets into sending him and thousands of Sixth Army prisoners home. But if this had been the case, one would have expected him to mention the episode after the war, when he faced such heavy condemnation from former colleagues for having collaborated with Stalin's regime. Seydlitz appears to have been oblivious to the anger and ill feelings which he and his colleagues stirred up. Officers bitterly opposed to the anti-fascists set up a court of honour, sentencing those who collaborated with the Russians to be shunned in perpetuity. As a gesture of defiance, they began to use the raised hand salute. This polarization made life very hard for those who wanted nothing to do either with anti-fascists or with Hitler loyalists. One lieutenant found himself forced to sleep on the floor for weeks because the rival groups would not allow him a bunk. In February 1944, Russian aircraft started dropping leaflets over Germany and frontline troops, signed by Seydlitz and his colleagues. The Gestapo provided an urgent report for Himmler, verifying that Seydlitz's signature was genuine. General Giller of the Waffen-SS, whose troops in the Cherkasy salient were showered with leaflets from the National Committee, sent copies back to Germany. He also passed back personal letters addressed to him from Generals Seydlitz and Korfes, who had been sent to his part of the front by Sherbakov. The handwriting was again analysed by the Gestapo and confirmed as accurate. The leaflets caused panic. Hitler summoned Himmler for a meeting, then sent General Schmundt off with a declaration of loyalty for field marshals to sign. Even this was not enough to reassure him. On the 19th of March, Rundstedt, Rommel, Kleist, Busch, Weichs and Manstein were summoned from their duties to the Berghof to read out a message condemning General von Seydlitz Kurzbach, the contemptible traitor to our holy cause, and emphasizing their support for Hitler. Melnikov's department, on the other hand, started to have doubts. Recruitment had tailed away, while the propaganda efforts had not won over a single major unit, even when the Wehrmacht was suffering massive defeats. Seydlitz attributed the absence of significant success to the lack of inclination in Germans for revolution, a system of police violence and a complete suppression of opinion, the absence of any capable resistance organization, and the total fear of defeat and its consequence fanned for so long by the fear of Bolshevism. Despite these failures, he still wanted the Soviet Union to recognize officially the National Committee as a government in waiting. But Dmitry Manuilsky, in a typically Stalinist twist, warned that Seydlitz's memorandum, compiled in a devious way, was a provocative attempt to exacerbate our relations with our allies. "There is no doubt," he wrote, "that the recognition of the National Committee by the Soviet government would provoke in Great Britain and the United States a whole campaign directed to show the position of the Soviet Union as pro-German." The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact clearly cast long shadows in Soviet memories. Manuilsky suspected that Seydlitz was being manipulated by General Rodenburg and the former military intelligence chief, Colonel Van Hoven, who was in fact a signals officer. Stalinist paranoia became worse. In May 1944, Weinert, the president of the National Committee, sent 3 German officers to the Leningrad front to carry out propaganda for the Red Army. 2 of the officers, Captain Stolz and Lieutenant Willemsig, refused to do what they were ordered. They were brought back to Moscow under close escort to be interrogated by Weinert, Ulbricht, General von Seydlitz and General Lattmann. After 4 days, they are said to have confessed to being members of an illegal fascist organization inside the League of German Officers. Both men were arrested by the NKVD as double agents working for the Nazis and taken away for further interrogation. Other German officers, including General Rodenburg, were arrested and confessed in their turn. Manuilsky, pretending that his earlier suspicions of a plot were now justified, immediately gave the order that all German officers should be removed from propaganda duties at the front. Clearly, Stalin had decided that these unsuccessful efforts were simply not worth provoking any trouble with the Western Allies at such a stage of the war, when he needed all their help. Seydlitz, at this time, suffered bouts of severe depression. In an attempt to bolster his morale, NKVD officers organized a birthday cake for him with 4 red marzipan roses to represent his 4 daughters. But, like all manic depressives, he also underwent irrational bursts of optimism. The assassination attempt against Hitler on the 20th of July may have been a failure, but the ensuing Gestapo repression revealed the degree of opposition within the German army at home. Even Strecker, on hearing of the execution of Field Marshal von Witzleben, was persuaded to sign an appeal against Hitler, but he still despised Seydlitz. On the 8th of August, 1944, Beria reported triumphantly to Stalin that Paulus had finally signed a declaration to the German people. Paulus's subsequent appeal to Army Group North to surrender was entirely drafted by the NKVD on Comrade Sherbakov's instructions, and signed on the 21st of August by Paulus and 29 captured generals. Paulus's declarations triggered Hitler's rage again at having made him a field marshal. The Führer's suspicions that he would give in to his Soviet captors appeared to be confirmed. Yet, clearly, Paulus, after nearly a year and a half of imprisonment, had not made his decision on the spur of the moment. His son, Friedrich, a captain, had been killed at Anzio in February 1944, and he had no doubt come to see his duty differently. He wanted to help shorten a lost war and diminish the number of senseless deaths. His other son, Ernst Alexander, also a captain, was subsequently arrested under the Sippenhaft decree. That autumn, their Romanian mother, Elena Constance Paulus, who had always distrusted the Nazis, was told by Gestapo officers that she would be spared if she renounced his name. She is said to have turned her back on them scornfully. She was arrested and held in a camp. Paulus, cut off from reliable news, requested meetings with a member of the Central Committee who could explain the principles of Soviet policy towards a conquered Germany. He and the other generals held prisoner bore a heavy responsibility calling for the overthrow of Hitler's government, and therefore had a moral right to know the position of the Soviet government towards Germany. He expressed his hopes that Germany might be saved from annihilation during a series of interviews in February 1945 with Lieutenant General Krivemko, the chief of the NKVD Department for Prisoners of War, and Amyak Zakharovich Kobulov, who ran the 3rd Directorate of the Ministry of State Security. Kobulov, the NKVD resident in Berlin just before the launch of Operation Barbarossa, had operated Dekhanozov's torture and execution chamber within the Soviet embassy. It should be mentioned, Krivemko and Kobulov wrote in their report to Beria, that with military operations carried on to German territory, the mood among German general prisoners of war is severely depressed. General of Artillery von Seydlitz was greatly upset by news of the meeting of leaders of the three powers at Yalta. Seydlitz declared that Germany looked as though it was going to be divided between the USA, Great Britain, the USSR, and France. Germany will be left in shreds, and the best way out would be to join the USSR as the 17th Soviet Republic. When news of Germany's unconditional surrender broke in Moscow on the 9th of May 1945, and a 1,000-gun salute boomed out monotonously from the Kremlin, Strecker recorded how he and his colleagues suffered spiritual depression, listening to the victorious Russian announcements and the songs of drunken Soviet soldiers. For Russians, on the other hand, it was the proud yet sad end of a nightmare which had begun almost 4 years before and cost the Red Army nearly 9 million dead and 18 million wounded. Only 1.8 million prisoners of war returned alive out of more than 4.5 million taken by the Wehrmacht. Civilian casualties are much harder to assess, but they are thought to run to nearly 18 million, bringing the total war dead of the Soviet Union to 27 million, almost exactly double the total of German war dead. In 1946, Paulus appeared as a witness at the Nuremberg tribunal. The Soviet press referred to him as the ghost of Stalingrad. Afterwards, he was lodged in a villa in Moscow, where he played cards and wrote his version of events. He had aged rapidly, and his tic was worse than ever. In 1947, his wife died in Baden-Baden without having seen her husband again. One can only speculate as to her feelings about the disaster which the Battle of Stalingrad signified for Romania, the country of her birth, as well as for her own family. In November 1947, when the Cold War was rapidly intensifying, the Soviet authorities decided that those deemed guilty of war crimes under the Ukase of the 13th of April 1943, irrespective of their physical condition, would be sent on forced labour to Vorkuta at the northern end of the Urals. Former members of the SA, the SS, camp guards, the secret field police, and the Feldgendarmerie, in some cases even the Hitler Youth, were transferred to special regime camps. The definition of war crimes extended from atrocities against civilians to the looting of chickens and fodder for horses. As the future structure of the German Democratic Republic, the DDR, began to be assembled in the Soviet-occupied zone of Germany, some senior officers from Stalingrad, including Latman, Korfes, Müller and Steidl, were allotted roles, several joining the Volkspolizei. General Arno von Lenski's conversion to communism led to his being chosen as a member of the Politburo. Colonel Adam, still a fellow traveller, was appointed to a post in the tame Social Unity Party. General von Seydlitz, however, lost out in every direction. In 1949, another wave of Stalinist purges swept the Soviet Union. German prisoners of war suddenly faced manufactured war crimes trials. The Cold War, following the siege of West Berlin, was at its most volatile stage. The fighter ace, Erich Hartmann, was charged with destroying aircraft, the property of the Soviet government. General Strecker was taken back to Stalingrad, where a court-martial found him guilty of destroying the tractor factory, even though his corps had been nowhere near the place until the very end of the battle, by which time it had long been a ruin. Like the majority accused in this wave, he received a death sentence, automatically commuted to 25 years' imprisonment. Lieutenant Gottfried von Bismarck was condemned to 25 years' hard labour because Russian prisoners of war had worked on his family's estate in Pomerania. In July 1950, the thoroughly disillusioned and embittered General von Seydlitz was arrested and sentenced to 25 years' imprisonment as a war criminal and revanchist reactionary general. Less controversial prisoners found peace of a sort, often thanks to the compassion of Russian women. In some cases, it formed part of an old tradition. Past the prison camp of Kamshkovo, between Moscow and Gorky, ran the Vladimirskaya, the old road along which Tsarist exiles were marched to Siberia. Peasants had come out to give them water, or even to carry their burdens along the road for them. A similar humanity, untouched by ideology, still existed. The Austrian doctor, Hans Diebold, was deeply moved by the sympathy of Russians when one of their most respected medical officers, Dr. Richard Speiler, from the Weizsäcker Hospital in Heidelberg, fell ill suddenly in the early spring of 1946. He had survived typhus, typhoid, and diphtheria in the Ilmen camp. His colleagues were convinced at first that he had malaria. In fact, it was blood poisoning picked up during his work. His colleagues were tormented by the idea that their misdiagnosis was leading to his death. They gave him sulfonamides and the last of their penicillin. The two Russian dispensary assistants also handed over the last of their penicillin, which had been allocated for Russian patients. But he died just the same. The hospital cemetery was approached by a track with low pines and juniper bushes on each side. Behind lay the forest. The Russian doctors paid their respects, and the commandant allowed Speiler's colleagues to organize his funeral in the forest cemetery exactly as they wished. Speiler had returned to the Christian faith in his last few days. The Russian doctors, paying no heed to the possible reactions of a commissar, also attended the funeral service, conducted by a tall, frail pastor. For survivors of the Sixth Army present that day, the service was valid not only for the one dead man there, but for all who lay outside, and all those others far to the south, in Stalingrad, and in the steppe between the Don and the Volga, and whom no Christian word had accompanied to their last rest. Since 1945, some 3,000 or so of the Stalingrad prisoners had been released, either individually or in batches, and allowed home, usually because they were deemed unfit for labour. In 1955, there were still 9,626 German prisoners of war, or convicted war criminals, as Khrushchev described them, of whom some 2,000 were survivors of Stalingrad. These prisoners were finally set free after Chancellor Konrad Adenauer's visit to Moscow in September 1955. They included General Strecker, Seydlitz, Schmidt, and Rodenburg, and Lieutenant Gottfried von Bismarck, who, almost 13 years before, had flown into the Kessel to rejoin his unit after that dinner with Field Marshal von Manstein. Just to have survived, he wrote, was sufficient reason to be thankful in the face of fate. Seydlitz, when their journey ended in Friedland by Göttingen, knew that he faced a difficult future in the atmosphere of the Cold War. In April 1944, he had been condemned in absentia as a traitor, and all his possessions were confiscated. This ruling was overturned by a court in 1956, but the new Bundeswehr refused to restore his rank and pension. The fact that he had cooperated with the communist enemy put him, in the eyes of many, in a different league from those officers who tried to assassinate Hitler, even though General Achim Oster, one of the few survivors of the July plot, recognized Seydlitz as belonging to their ranks. He died, like his cavalry ancestor, a very unhappy man. As the historical events were raked over in the post-war years, the mutual recriminations over responsibility for the sacrifice of the Sixth Army became increasingly bitter. Schmidt, who, contrary to Hitler's expectations, had always refused to cooperate with his captors, remained ferociously hostile to officers in the Free Germany movement. Colonel Adam, who had accused him of forcing Paulus to fight to the end, was treated witheringly in return as a pensioner of the Soviet-occupied zone. Paulus, in East Germany, tried vainly to defend himself from accusations of having been subservient to Hitler and indecisive. After his release from captivity in the autumn of 1953, he lived in the Soviet zone, where he wrote paper after paper explaining the situation he had faced. A long, painful illness led to his death in Dresden in 1957. His body was brought to the west and buried next to that of his wife in Baden-Baden. His opponent at Stalingrad, General Zhukov, whose 62nd Army had followed the long road to Berlin as the 8th Guards Army, became commander of the occupation forces, a marshal of the Soviet Union, and Deputy Minister of Defense under Khrushchev, who had appointed him on that September night of crisis by the Volga. The thousands of Soviet soldiers executed at Stalingrad on his orders never received a marked grave. As statistics, they were lost among the other battle casualties, which has a certain unintended justice. That is the end of Stalingrad, written by Antony Beevor, and it was read by Michael Tudor Barnes. This has been an ISIS Audiobooks production. Please phone on 0800 751 5637 or write to us for details of our extensive range of unabridged audiobooks.